Hey, welcome everyone. Thanks for joining CompuSoft Digital webinar and workshop series. We're covering Power Platform today. We're going to get started in about a couple minutes. We got folks rolling in, so just bear with us, and then we'll get started. Thanks in advance, everyone, for taking time to spend with us today as well. Yeah, good to see some names attending that joined yesterday's workshop. Hopefully, everybody found that valuable around Copilot as well. And as a reminder, we will be sending out the recordings, the presentation decks early next week. And then, yeah, if anybody has any questions, feel free to reach out. Get started shortly. All right, we'll be getting started in about 1 minute. Welcome, everyone. All right. Getting started. So again, thanks everyone for taking time out of your day to spend with CompuSoft Digital and Microsoft. This is the second part of the CompuSoft Digital webinar and workshop series. Yesterday, we went over Copilot Studio and see a lot of familiar faces. So thanks again for joining us today. And for those that didn't, we'll go through the agenda, structure, rules of engagement, all that good stuff in just a second. So today's session will be from 9 Central Standard Time to 2. Excited about the guest speakers we have today. So Sergio is a senior cloud solution architect. He's going to speak around the governance, the importance of the COE, things along those lines. Has been in the channel for many years, subject matter expert. So Sergio, thanks so much for all the support. Mr. Tad Thompson, who I've worked with over the years, a friend, and again, one of the, been in the space for quite some time. So when it comes to training, education, really walking through the product, there's no better person than Tad to kind of lead that charge. So Tad, welcome and thanks again. And you showed up twice in a row, so that's a good sign, right? Good stuff. And then we have Mr. John Rostia, who is our CTO, SVP, works very closely with the Microsoft product team, leads our innovation around product strategy, solutioning, and things along those lines. And then we have Mr. Andrew Jeffers, who makes all this magic happen. So he's responsible for the delivery for CompuSoft Digital. So he leads our delivery team, focused on helping customers, deploy these types of technologies and meet business objectives, outcomes, etc. So real quick, a little bit about us. CompuSoft Digital, we've been in business for about 25 years, 500 plus innovators. We do business around the federal side, commercial side, have a lot of certifications. Security is key for us, especially when we're dealing with PHI, PII data, and things like that. These are a few of the industries that we focus on from that standpoint. We are a Microsoft Frontier partner. We help companies deploy Microsoft technologies to achieve business outcomes. The solutions that we focus on are everything around AI. So Copilot, Copilot Studios, as we discussed yesterday. Also the Azure Foundry components, Purview, which is very key from a security perspective, and then all the biz apps from ERP, CRM, Power Platform, which we're going to cover today, and then the data aspects, so Microsoft Fabric, Purview, Power BI, all the analytics, and that's where AI starts, is from a data perspective. We do offer engineered assets and accelerators to help companies take these solutions to market. In addition to workshops, Microsoft has a lot of ESIF funding, and that ESIF funding allows us to do things like POCs. So if anyone is interested in a Copilot Studio, or Power Platform POC, reach out. We'd love to have that discussion, see what we can do to really, configure and build something to meet your needs. Yesterday we covered the Copilot piece. Today we're going to be focused on Power Platform. So Power Platform, we're going to do a quick overview, just what it is, how to deploy it and best practices. So John and Ted are going to be leading the charge there. From there, we're going to do a hands-on lab. So we're going to set up environments. We're going to go through the navigation, and we're actually going to build some cool things. So we're going to actually show you how to build and deploy and things like that. Then Sergio is going to talk about application management. This is something that oftentimes is overlooked. And when you look back in the day, in the SharePoint days, everybody tried to figure out what SharePoint was. And without governance, there was 10,000 sites. There wasn't a hierarchy or any associations, and nothing rolled up or down. So there were islands of data, and application management around the COE, the governance, AOM, pipeline, managed environments, and then, reuse. How do we harvest and reuse applications that we build are critical to ensuring success. So Sergio is going to do a deep dive around that. Then Andrew's going to close us out. He's going to talk about bridging IT and business together to drive those business outcomes. How do we create smart use cases and measure those use cases, from a business and IT alignment perspective. And then everything starts with a user story. You have to have ETC around that user story. That way you can track velocity and burn and those types of things. So again, we're going to really kind of focus on some of those best practices and principles from that standpoint. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and jump into our first session. So Mr. John Rastia is going to do a quick overview around Power Platform, talk about all the bells and whistles, the roadmap, the direction. And Mr. Rastia, with no further ado, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Greg. And thank you, everybody. Good morning. My name is John Rastia again from CompuSoft Digital. Hopefully everybody can give me a thumbs up. We can see my screen. Take that as a yes. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. So let's go ahead and get started, everybody. So let's start by looking honestly at business processes today, right? And what I mean by that is most organizations are running on a patchwork of tools, legacy systems, spreadsheets, emails, disconnected apps, and manual steps. Processes that should take minutes often take days. Data, lives in silos. Employees spend more time switching between those systems rather than creating, that value, to the end customer quickly. And while technology has evolved rapidly, process change hasn't kept pace. Many, workflows were designed years ago for completely different work, world at that time, before remote work, before real-time analytics, and before AI. The result of that was slower decision-making, higher operational costs, frustrated employees, and customers who expect more than what we can actually deliver. And in today's environment, speed, agility, and intelligence are not optional. They're essential. That brings us to the next chapter. And so what I would kind of want to do here is just, again, now imagine those same processes reimagined and simplified. Instead of, filling out forms and waiting for approvals and email chains, users can interact with intelligent apps. Instead of searching for data, AI agents surface insights proactively. Instead of reactive workflows, processes become adaptive and self-improving. This is where apps and agents all come together. Apps provide structured experiences, forms, dashboards, and workflows. Agents will provide the intelligence, reasoning, recommendations, and that automation. Together, they transform those processes from rigid step-by-step flows into living systems that respond to context, intent, and data. So this isn't about replacing people. Again, it's about removing that friction, amplifying, experience and letting humans focus on what they do best. And with Microsoft, with those tools, they bring these three components together through the products that we use every single day. Through Microsoft, 365 Copilot, that gives your people a natural language interface to get work done quickly. The Power Apps, which are going to be like, looking at today, provides the structured systems your processes run on. So your teams, can capture the right data, follow the right steps, and keep work, consistent across the organization. Copilot Studio that we looked at yesterday, for those of you that joined, is where you create the agents and workflows to execute tasks, across those systems, from simple to more advanced. Multi-step processes that benefit from reasoning and autonomy. Together, these three capabilities form one integrated model. People engaged through Copilot, processes run in apps, and agents drive execution in the background. So the question becomes, what do we need? What do we need now to get there? There are four critical requirements, on all of these. Speed, the ability to build and change those solutions quickly. Access, to the tools that more people can use, not for developers. Okay. The intelligence piece, the AI embedded directly into our processes, and trust, building that security, the governance and compliance at an enterprise scale. Those traditional developments alone can't meet all those needs. At the same time, unmanaged tools, create risk. What we need is a platform approach, one that balances agility with control, innovation, with governance. That's exactly where Power Apps and the Power Platform really kind of come in. These apps, agents, and Copilot do work together. At the heart of this transformation is the Copilot, and we looked at, one of those scenarios yesterday. But, Copilot is not just an assistant, and, it's a collaborator, right? It's the Copilot helps build apps using natural language. As we saw yesterday, it generates formulas, workflows, and data models throughout different, tools that we use, currently today. So if you're using things like Excel, automatically just kind of type in without any knowledge, hey, help me figure out this formula in this Excel spreadsheet. We can do those things. Co-pilots work with AI agents to automate tasks and guide those decisions. It can bring us insights directly into our flow of work. Now, imagine this experience, end to end, where a user describes, a need in plain language, an app is generated, an agent handles repetitive tasks, and Copilot, explains insights, recommendations, and the next steps. This is what it means when apps, agents, and Copilot all work together, a seamless, intelligent experience that really, again, we're looking for accelerating our outcomes. So when looking at this, AI doesn't, work without a strong foundation. To truly transform your organization, you'll need, connected data, standardized processes, governed access, and scalable platforms. I mean, a lot of this, again, we looked at this. I just, on this slide here, if we're, looking at the orchestration, I've got it right dead in the center. That's looking at our agents, and those that had a chance to attend yesterday, again, where we kind of saw that core orchestration through different agents helps kind of, help all these things through user experience, automation, data, and foundation all working together. The Power Apps plays a critical role here because every app you build becomes part of the broader digital foundation, standardizing how your data is captured, validated, and used. By building, on Power Platform, you reduce, that IT, the shadow of IT. You improve your data quality because I don't know how many times we've run into Copilot, giving us different answers. What that's really doing, and people need to embrace this a little bit more, is understand that, yeah, you know what, our data is not perfect. So this is another way, another tool that we can look at this and say, hey, here's where we can improve that data. Let's not run away from it just because, so we have some, gaps there. Let's look at that to improve it. We can enable AI to reason over that trusted information once it's there. So in other words, this is how AI moves from experimentation to real, business impact. So one of the most powerful shifts happening today is who gets to build the solutions. Low code, changes, this entire equation. I can't help but just kind of smile about this. I spent, many years, in development as well. But as I saw these tools evolve to where they are today with Power Apps, business users become, more creators. Developers become, become the multipliers. IT becomes enablers, not all these bottlenecks are not in it. We all are now better a cohesive team now. Instead of waiting months for development cycles, solutions can be built in days or even, sometimes, weeks. And professional developers, don't lose their relevance. In fact, they gain leverage, using reusable components, extensible architectures, integration with dev tools or your existing data systems or other applications that you're currently using. This is how more creators, and accelerated development work together, not in competition. Power Apps is not designed for one type of user or one type of solution. It's a platform for all. This is a big piece on this, is really kind of understanding, all your frontline workers, your knowledge workers, your analysts, your developers, your IT professionals. Whether you're building a simple form, a mission critical app, an AI enabled solution, a custom enterprise workflow, the platform adapts to your needs, not the other way around. Okay. So again, no matter what you build, how you build it, or who builds it, the Microsoft Power Apps are here to, to cover it. Canvas apps we can do. You're going to see this today. Model-driven apps, automated workflows, custom connectors, embedded AI, all secured, governed, and extensible. This flexibility ensures innovation doesn't stop at the edge. It scales across, all the entire enterprise. At the core of all this is a simple mission to empower every person and every organization to achieve more. Power Apps, empowers employees to solve problems, teams to move faster, organizations to innovate, safely. It removes barriers between ideas and execution because the best solutions often come from the people closest to the problem. True transformation, requires unified data, and a good AI strategy. With the Microsoft Dataverse and the broader Power Platform, data, can become more consistent. Security is now centralized. AI operates on trusted information. We kind of talked about that a little bit because, again, as you go through these processes, I think some people are kind of looking at that going, well, okay, but there are data issues. But again, instead of kind of running away from them and saying, hey, we do have some data issues, let's go in there and let's actually qualify it and make it better. This is going to enable a lot of our, across department for additional insights, end-to-end process automation, smarter contextual AI experiences. And when data and AI are unified, every app will become smarter over time. Power Apps doesn't again really kind of stand alone is what we've been kind of talking about. It's part of that, Power Platform ecosystem. Again, through Power Automate, Power BI, where you do a lot of your dashboards and your reporting, Power Pages. If we need to integrate any of these apps to externally or internal web pages, the Power Pages are there to help build and to bridge that gap if we needed to. And again, Power Virtual Agents, if we've seen that, or Copilot Studio agents, all of our AI, all of that's contained underneath that Power Platform ecosystem. Together, they form a complete platform to really modernize your business transformation. Apps, trigger flows. Flows generate insights. Insights drive decisions. And AI, will enhance that. So to close, let me leave you with this thought. The future of work, isn't about more tools. It's about better experiences, smarter processes and empowered people. With Power Apps, agents, and Copilot and the Power Platform, we have the opportunity to not just digitize the past, but reimagine what's possible. So I want to kind of thank you for your time here. And I think we're going to learn a lot in today's sessions. And if you have any questions, again, please put all your questions up into the chat in the QA sessions, as we'll be monitoring that throughout the day. And with that, I'm going to transfer it now over to Tad to start working on your labs. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Welcome, everyone. Excuse me, pardon me. So let me bring up my slides. And share that. Okay. All right. So we're going to do a overview of Power Platform a little deeper down than that great overview that John gave you. So I'm going to go into each of them in piece, and we're going to do some labs through there. And then we have, toward the end, I'll introduce the full app in the day content. And part of that is that I want to do some Power Apps labs that you can do in case you don't have Dataverse. So if you have just basic Power Apps access, we're going to start with some labs that will allow you to do those in case you don't have Dataverse. Hopefully you do, because the full app in a day content, which would probably take 7 or 8 hours doing the full thing, does require Dataverse. And if you're able to create a Power Platform or Dynamics trial ahead of this session, you'll be able to do that. So as John's gone through a lot of this, so I'm gonna breeze through a few slides here. Just a lot of things about what Power Platform can do for us. Much of this is around the need to to meet the demand for developers and apps. And for a long time, of course, most development was pro developer, and then with the advent of Power Platform, and to a certain extent Dynamics, over the past several years, that has really helped to address that. And now with the advent of Copilot embedded in all of our apps, that's really accelerated that app development. So the Power Platform is primarily the kind of the 5 apps in the middle there. Power BI, although Power BI sometimes is considered a little bit of a stepchild, and I can say that I am a stepchild, and because it straddles so many things. Power BI is used for reporting across all sorts of platforms, and you don't even necessarily have to have Power Platform at all to use Power BI. And now also in the last year and a half, 2 years, Power BI has become a workload of Fabric, which I'm not going to talk about today, but it still is kind of straddles the lines there. We're going to focus mostly on Power Apps and Power Automate. Copilot Studio, we did the whole day yesterday, so I'm only going to touch on that today. And then Power Pages, we won't do labs on this one per se. I do have labs you could take away and do on your own, just because that is kind of a bigger beast. And but I will talk about it and I will demo it. And all of this sits on Dataverse. Now, I'll amend that a little bit. You don't have to use Dataverse on most of these. In fact, any of these, you don't have to use it. But if you get very deep into Power Apps, you will. If you get very deep into Power Automate, you will. And all of them, Dataverse helps us with our solution management, which Sergio is going to talk about later. So with low-code adoption over the last few years, we've seen this, kind of. You see on the left there, population. A lot of people are using Word, PowerPoint, Excel. Excel actually still kind of runs a lot of businesses, amazingly. In fact, I was at a conference not too long ago, and the speaker asked what ERP stands for. Of course, everybody's saying, like Enterprise Resource Management, or no, I didn't even say that right. Enterprise Resource You know what I mean? and 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 back end production systems. And I said, nope. Everybody run Excel runs production was his joke there. So, but anyway, what we've seen though is a transformation in the last several years, where now Power Platform has really had an incredible growth and is kind of beginning to take its place alongside these long-standing Word, PowerPoint, Excel. A little trivia: Word just recently had its 40th year anniversary. SharePoint 25th year. So some of these apps are really mature. Power Platform in its current state, about 5 years. So we have Power Apps to, just like it sounds, to develop our apps. So we might use model-driven apps that rely on Dataverse, and those are the apps that drive Dynamics, or Canvas apps. And Canvas apps, the difference is that Canvas apps can connect to any data source. Model-driven apps with some custom development, of course, can, but primarily they're working with Dataverse, Dynamics apps, and so on. Whereas Canvas apps can fill that gap. In fact, we see a lot of times where Canvas apps are actually being developed in front of big backend systems like ERP systems like Oracle or SAP. In fact, we do workshops on creating Power Apps with SAP. So it shows that great extensibility, but yet accessibility for any maker. And so this diagram I like, because it kind of shows how Power Apps can extend across all of the Microsoft ecosystem, not only the Power Platform components that I'm talking about, but also those integration points like Teams, portals, the more kind of external things like IoT and mixed reality, as well as, of course, all of the Azure services. Then we have Power Automate for designing and creating our workflows, our automation. I talked a little bit about Power Automate in the context of Copilot Studio, because they've often dovetailed with each other, because Copilot's chats that you build are kind of a flow in themselves. And so they really augment each other, complement each other well. Yesterday, we spent the whole time talking about Copilot Studio, building our chatbots, our agents, for all sorts of reasons, even to a certain extent, headless. So you might have an agent that essentially can become the UI for your data applications. And then Power Pages for developing our websites. Now, these can be traditional, public-facing websites. They can also be a mix of public and internal. And then where the real beauty of it comes in is that it leverages Dataverse tables. And so you can natively build portals for your customers that accesses their own data, such as their support tickets, their cases, their kind of account and contact information, and so on. And then Power BI. Many people are probably out of any of these. If they've never really worked with Power Platform, they may be very familiar with Power BI as a reporting tool. And it doesn't supersede all of Power Platform's components, but it does. It's been around for a few years longer than Canvas apps and Power Automate, and of course Copilot Studio. So it sometimes is thought of as over here working. Plus, it has a client desktop application that is free, but that's a little different from the other apps where we work in the portal, the design portal, like the Maker portal or the Copilot Studio web portal. And so it does have a little bit of a separate feel there. So I'm going to talk about all of these deeper down now. That was just a one slide each on all of those, but think of them all as supporting each other. Dataverse in the middle, providing the data, providing the extensibility to a certain extent, and then we'll also rely on our 1,500 plus connectors. And many of these Microsoft has developed, but then we also have lots and lots of other development companies, software development companies, ISVs, that build connectors for their applications and then make them available in the marketplace so that the customers can access them. And then more recently, of course, MCP servers that extend connector capability. So let's jump into first Canvas apps, Power Apps, and or model-driven apps a little bit, and we'll do some labs too. So, oh, I had a little bit of redundancy. Here we go. Okay, so let's drill into Power Apps. So I had a little more redundancy. What did I do here? I have a whole section not copied twice. Okay, there we go. Okay. Lots of times when I do presentations, I'll say I'll pull from different presentations to create a new one. And what you have today is a new one that I was designing specifically for this, and obviously you saw my error there. So one of the nice things about Power Apps is you have this WYSIWYG, and you'll show your age if you know what that acronym means. What you see is what you get, meaning that you can design it and essentially see it right there in real time. Of course, you'll likely play it or preview it to really confirm that things are working. But what's cool is that you can see it, you can interact with it without having to produce it out to your users, your consumers of this. Now, Canvas apps in particular can mash up data from multiple sources. This is actually a screenshot of the app of the day that we're gonna look at after a little bit here, where we build out this fun app for designing for allowing users to request a new laptop, and then we also have one for coffee machines. So not necessarily totally applicable to everybody's current environments, but they do make for kind of fun examples. Also with Power Apps, both Canvas apps and model-driven apps, is they will automatically work with iOS, Android, Windows, any web browser. And so you don't have to, I mean, back in the day, you would have to, and still to a great extent, people will have to build different apps for different platforms. With the Microsoft Power Platform, you don't have to do that. Now, there is an app, a Power Apps app for iOS and a Power Apps app for Android. The only thing they give you is that you could then see all of your apps that have been created all in one spot. Otherwise, you might have multiple shortcuts on your device. So it just kind of helps consolidate them into one kind of look and feel. Well, also with everything we do is security first. Everything is single sign-on throughout the Azure Microsoft platform. We have audit logs, we have analytics, we have something called DLP, or data loss prevention policies, that we can configure. And I think Sergio will probably touch on that a bit, where you might say a certain group of developers or even single developers, or even within environment to environment, you can control which connectors and data and services that they can actually access. So you might limit to just a handful rather than the 1,500 that we have available. So the users aren't necessarily connecting to, Spotify and creating playlists with their apps, which is cool, but not necessarily business necessary. So we start in what we call the Power Apps Maker portal, make.powerapps.com. And then from here, you can actually get to anywhere. I think I showed this yesterday, where I might navigate into the Maker portal and then go on from there. Excuse me, a little bit of a cough, so just keeping up with that. And there's lots of stuff we can get into here. We can see all our apps, of course. We can get into our data. We can get into our agents. And then there's also some of the other supporting things like AI Builder. Now, we won't hit on solutions a lot today. However, solutions are how we move our development from one environment to another. You don't just develop in one and they go, okay, that's great. Let's go over here and recreate it. You develop it in a solution and then you can port it from one to another. Now that can be as simple as exporting the solution. It exports out as a zip file, log into another environment and import. It can be that simple. That's kind of the manual way of doing it. But we have options for automating those processes through our pipelines within the Power Apps environment, or even a step further with maybe more pro dev with tools like Azure DevOps or Jira or others. So within the studio experience, we could begin building our apps. You can start with data. You can start just from scratch. You can start with a template, or of course, with Copilot to create your app. We're going to do a little of all of that. And then once you're into that, the designer, you'll see on the left side, kind of all of your objects. The number 2, the middle pane. Now let's see, there you go. Number 2, that's our main palette, where you are doing your work, and that's the WYSIWYG. On the right hand are the properties. So whatever you've clicked on. So in this example, it's clicked on a attribute, a field that is a currency, price. And so all of the properties are applicable to that. Now, any object, they're all going to have a lot of the same properties, but then depending upon what you're working with, you're going to have different properties. And this gives it that low code way of modifying the app as you're building it. And then kind of going together are 4 and 5, where you're choosing a kind of an object or I don't necessarily like using the word property because that's what's over on the right side, but it's things like, oh, if I've clicked on a text box, I can modify the text, I can modify the color. So in that dropdown, you'll see those kinds of things. And then in number 5 there, this is where the low code comes in. So if you've done formulas in Excel, it's not exactly the same. It's a different language, but it'll have a similar feel. Plus, a lot of the things you'll do are really common across all sorts of apps. Like in this example, you're formatting the currency, and you see it's in quotes, pound, comma, pound. So you're just formatting it. That's how you want that currency to show. So a lot of times that's as simple as the work that needs to be done in the low code aspect. And then we have the ribbon across the top, and then in the upper right corner, you'll see things like a little error checking. You can undo, redo. You can save. You can see your name there. And then across the bottom, you'll see breadcrumbs, meaning how you've kind of drilled into the hierarchy of it. So that's a little bit of an intro to Canvas apps. Let's look at model-driven apps next. So model-driven apps have been around, really, they've been around for 20 plus years, because they were, it's what Dynamics apps have always been. Now they're a different approach to app development because they're focused on Dataverse and the capability around there. Now, some differences is that a lot of times, this is certainly not the way it always is, of course, but a lot of times Canvas apps are used maybe more as mobile, And then model-driven apps are maybe used more as desktop tablet kind of thing, because we'll often with model-driven apps have much more content being displayed, as you can see here. So here we are looking at an opportunity record, and so there's lots of information to support that, including what I'll talk about in a little bit. Across the top, a business process flow. And this is a one of our automation tools that we'll take a look at in the next section. We also have built-in server-side logic that can actually replace stuff that we used to have a pro developer do. So we can do some calculated and roll-up fields. We can do some client-side validation. We can also do server-side validation. What's cool there is that oftentimes that requires a plugin, and we continue to evolve the capability here, not to take up what pro developers have always done, but just to help us enhance and speed up our development. A lot of the projects I worked on as a consultant, the customer would say, we don't want to do any custom development. So the more you could do as low code, no code, the better, because it's fully supported. Custom development, yes, as long as you're doing it in a supported fashion. But it's nice because it's just much faster to do these things through the UI like this. But of course, we still have developer capabilities for both Canvas apps and model-driven apps. And so you might be developing maybe additional Azure functions or additional web resources that display inside the app. Maybe you're showing content from somewhere else in the app. Now, one way of doing that sometimes is to create a Canvas app and embed it in a model-driven app, because of that all those connectors that Canvas apps can leverage. We will also build our model-driven apps in the Maker portal. They kind of sit side by side. The UI is slightly different. And then another thing that we are generally doing is we're creating our tables and columns and everything else that supports a Dataverse application. And then the app designer, again, is a little different from the Canvas app designer, but it's also completely leveraging Dataverse. And so if you do things like embed charts, like this example is showing, they're always going to be in real time because they are in Dataverse. If you're using Power BI or other reporting tools, it's not necessarily real time. And so this can be a real advantage to have that directly within the app. And then the form designer is similar look and feel, but again, we're creating forms. It's also interesting, the names of objects between Canvas apps and model-driven apps can be slightly different. We'll have screens in Canvas, forms in Model. We'll have lists in Canvas, views in Model. So it's just how the evolution of the two methodologies have come together. So think of views as a list of records that you'll see in various ways throughout the application. And we can build lots of things into our views, like filters, and views will show up all over the place. If we click on a lookup field, it displays a view, and we can control that behavior to a great extent. Another feature that we have in model-driven apps is what's called a business rule designer. So if any of you have done any client-side development, such as JavaScript, this can replace a lot of that code simply through a UI that we're building out. So you might have a condition. So if if this price is greater than 1,000, then do this, else do this. And you might have several nested things there. And then there's a bunch of actions that we can do. Things like hide a field, display a field, require a field, not require a field. Because you think about, there's lots of reasons why you sometimes want a field to be required that somebody populates, and other times you don't. And so you don't necessarily want to go back all the way to the database, to Dataverse in the table, and make a field required. That would make it required all the time. And so we can also do some calculations, not super complicated, but some calculations. We can set a value, and that can help with the entry of data on a form. So this is another one of our tools that support improving data, improving the UI and the user experience. And then another special kind of flow that's unique to, well, I shouldn't say it's unique to business process flows. You can use them in Canvas apps a bit, but this is where we typically use them. And this is a process that's not running in the background per se. It can call other flows and it can do some things automatically, but this guides a user through a process. So let's say I start a new case or support ticket, and at the beginning of it, that first stage, I need to capture certain amounts of data, and then I can move on to another stage and capture more. Maybe I escalate, send to somebody else. Maybe I have a condition that if the data here it requires it, I'm going to add another stage dynamically or not have that stage. And the user doesn't really know or care. They're just going through the process. And we can also automate it so that it automatically goes from one stage to the next. And these can also go from one data type to, or excuse me, one table to another. So maybe you're also doing field service, and you might have a support ticket that then needs to spawn a work order. So you go onto the work order, and then maybe it comes back to the case. So lots and lots of capability here. And then lastly, in model-driven apps, we have a couple of different types of dashboards. These are the ones that will show data real time. We can show charts and lists and views and web pages, and you can configure the layout to make sense. And then there's also another type of model-driven dashboard that can be specific to one type of data, like cases, or the screenshot is fundraiser donations. And so then you can have a very Power BI-esque kind of reporting where you click on something and everything else shows that. Now, speaking of Power BI, I don't have another slide on that here, but you can also have Power BI reports or dashboards show in model-driven apps. You can even embed them as an object on a form in either Canvas or model-driven apps. So some common business scenarios for any of these apps. We have lots of them throughout our Dynamics tools, and then you'll likely build apps to meet new requirements. And also, it's great. You might have many apps in one environment, all using the same Dataverse. Back in the day, we could only have one app for everyone. And so we were doing all these little goofy tricks to hide and show things for different users. No, we just build apps specifically for, in fact, when you deploy Power Platform Dynamics, you're going to see a bunch of apps out of the box. And another example, I'm obviously not going to read through this slide, but lots of use cases as to why you might create apps in this case, different industries. Okay, let's get into Power Apps, and also we're gonna build a couple of apps. So let me share my screen, find where I'm supposed to be. Here we are. Here we go. Okay, let's share. What would we do without 3 monitors? But then sometimes we lose where we are. Okay, there we go. So I've come into the make.powerapps.com portal. This is usually my starting point, probably for anything I do in Power Platform, mostly because it's the shortest URL, but of course you can bookmark those. And we did a little bit of a tour here yesterday, I think, something a little bit around the navigation primarily. But here's where we'll work on our apps. I'll make sure I'm in the environment in which I want to be working, and then I can also jump to any of the other Power Platform apps. And also, you'll see there's lots of other things that we can access. There's a few that will be kind of shortcutted here, but you might want to say, well, I want to add my agents here, or I want to add any custom connections I've done. So you can do all of that. And then, in fact, there's also, but wait, there's more. Click the Discover All, and you can get into some of those same things, but also just other views of it. And then there are some things that you have to come in here to get to. So like if you wanted to build PowerFX functions, we won't get to that today, but those are what used to be the realm of pro developers. We can now do a fair amount of that directly in here. All right, so let's focus on apps for now. And then like anything Microsoft, there's 14 ways of creating something new. I could click on the home button. I could create new from here. I could click on the create and new from here, and apps and new from here. And each one of them has a slightly different UI. So when you follow my labs, hopefully, so like this, I might say, start with design. Well, if I look on the home page, okay, it's there, but under create, you won't find it there. So I apologize, but generally I go to apps. And here I will see all of the apps I have in my environment. If I click all, you can see I've got more. It depends on what my environment is. I might have all of the Dynamics apps and so forth. This particular one, it's mostly just stuff that I've built. We're going to get to this machine ordering app, machine procurement, in just a little bit. So I've got 3 little starter labs that we'll do. I'm gonna just quick run through them, and then I will pop a link in the chat to grab those. Let me do that. I've got them in a OneDrive here. Grab the link. Got 1, 2, 3 labs that again will all of them you can do without Dataverse, which hopefully is not a roadblock for any of you, especially for the full in-a-day content. But there we go. Okay, so I've got 3 labs there. There's a here. I'll just bring this on. I've got we're going to do one from a template, from an image, and through a conversation. And I'll just kind of kickstart these, and then I'll let you jump into them. And you could do 1, 2, 3. You could say, I'll just do number 2, however you'd like. It'll just give you an idea of how this works. So let's say I might do from a don't permission to link. Okay. Some people, OneDrive might be blocked. So let me see if I can pop them in the chat. Oh, can't do that either. Let's see. Can anyone access that?
I was able to access it. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Thumbs up, Ted.
Okay. Okay. Unfortunately, it could be. Okay. So Melody, hang in there, and you could probably follow along with what you could guess through this, I think. So I'll just kind of kick off each one of them to just kind of get started. So let's say I do an app template. Now, this one, we used to have about 20 templates in here. I don't know why they've been reduced so much, but so they're not as good as an example as I used to have. So like, for instance, I might choose one like this meeting capture, and generally it might want something for a data like a OneDrive or SharePoint or something, but it'll just give you an idea. And this way I can get into it and I can give you kind of an initial tour of the Canvas app world. So starting this off, and it'll think for a moment. It might have to configure connections. Usually this goes pretty quick. Okay, there we go. Yep. So it already knew that I had, sometimes you have to say, yeah, use OneNote. You might have to say, sign yourself in, that sort of thing. It's possible, based on the template you choose, that you might not have something. And then if so, just back up and try one of the other ones. And so I'm just saying allow, and I won't be able to completely really kind of use this one because I do need to have some access in the background, but it gives us a great way of quickly having an app to explore. So on the side over here, you'll see on the left side, you'll see all of these screens, and they all serve different purposes. Usually you'll start with something like a welcome screen or a home screen, and then you'll probably have navigation elements. You will have navigation elements to the other screens. So like, for instance, this one here, it's prompting for attendees and notes, and it's just like a simple, if you didn't want to have like project operations or some other kind of planning tool, I guess, large scale planning tool, you could build a simple app for it. And this is a great example of that. So like, for instance, I could hit play way in the upper right corner. And now I see, yeah, you could see it pretty well, but now I could interact with it. So like, I could see these other screens that it's interacting with. Oh, there, I can even set up the camera. And I could add attendees. So this isn't super great because I can't do everything. So I might say, send documents and send it to someone. I'll just assign it to myself. There we go. And save the task. And so now I've started the task. And then you can have workflow behind, or a flow behind that maybe notifies. So it's kind of a simple loop or others, but it gives you a little bit of an idea of how this might work. Let's do another one. I'll show you the, this is one of my favorites, is starting from an image. So this is the second lab. So, oops. So from apps, I'll say new, or it's right there. Start with design. And nope, it's my lab has this correct. Start with the page design. And nope, where do we have this? Grr. They keep moving things around. Where's the start with picture? Yeah, from a blank shape. Oh, jeepers, did this just get changed? Oh, no, that's not it. All right. Where's my little picture thing? Shaper UI. No, that's not what I wanted. For data, page design, template? No. All right. Well, this demo might just quickly die. It's cool because you can like have a picture that you start. Well, doggone it. Okay. All right. I'll do the third one, which is through that I can do is start with Copilot. And I might describe what to do. I might say, create an app to track event registration, including name, email, I don't know, mobile, event date, something. So I'll just get it started, hit generate. And then what's great here is that you can start it, but then you can keep that conversation going with Copilot. And so if you look at while that's spinning up, I'll bring up I'll show my lab 2, which is a fun one, but it's complaining. So we'd start with page design, and then we should select an image, and then you could pick. Maybe you've literally drawn on a napkin. You take a picture of it, or there's sample ones that you can choose from, and then it will create an app based on that selection. And so it'll do its best to identify text or drop down or button, that sort of thing. So, so back here in, I might say I'm just going to save an open app. You can see it's created an event registration starter table, and I could keep working at it from there. I could just go ahead and hit save and open app. And you could also come back and say change, add a new table with this, or it's just you've started it and now you might just continue doing the development yourself. Okay, I'm going to try one more time on the picture. Not sure where that's gone. And then let's just take a little bit of time for, hopefully you can, if you can't access the link, I apologize. Normally that works, but some organizations might block. The app in the day stuff, that's all available online through GitHub, so we won't have any trouble with the bigger content. This was just kind of some starter ones. Huh. But we got some thumbs up that some people were able to create or were able to reach my labs there. Okay.
A couple that are saying they're getting blocked. They're getting the site can't be reached errors.
Okay. All right. I don't think I can add a file into the chat here. Okay. All right. Well, I think you can still give it a go. So I'll just back up and go slowly here. So if you're in make.powerapps.com, I guess first of all, is there anyone that's not getting into the Maker portal? I guess that would be kind of the first roadblock.
Yeah, if you want to hit the raise your hand button, if for whatever reason you can't get in, this illustratively showed it.
Okay, once you're in there, there's various point of entries, you might say. You can click on apps, you can click on create, you can also do new app up here. And then you can do from an app template, start with Copilot, just describe We'll be doing the start with data later in the full app of the day content, but so that's just kind of our starting point. So let's just take about 10 minutes. Give this a go. Hopefully you can at least get started on something. Hopefully it at least kind of gives you a little comfort with navigating within within the Maker portal. And if anybody happens to see the start with a picture, let me know. Start with design where you're able to pick a picture or a Figma. I don't know why that's not here. I swear I just did it a week ago. Oh, here it is. Okay. I found it under create and scroll down and there's upload file. So create, scroll down, upload file. Now you, oh no, that's still not it. That's still not it. That's create from data. Yeah, no, that's not it. That's not it. All right. Well, here I built you up thinking this was a really super cool way of creating an app, and I am not finding it. But you can see in the lab that it's been there. So, some point, this is the challenge sometimes of live demos, live work, is that sometimes the UI changes, and we're not always told. Okay, I'm going to put the timer up, so in case you want to step away a moment, and including myself, I do need a quick step away, and we'll start again. I'll say 10 minutes.
Sounds good. See everybody in 10. All right, we'll be getting back started in about 1.5 minutes. 1 minute countdown.
All right, so we'll come back to Canvas and model-driven apps when we get into the full Power Apps Day content that we'll at least get started on today. So next, let's look at Power Automate. So we have a number of types of flows within the Power Platform. And you can see the three on the left there are ones that are specific to cloud usage. Now, business process flows and desktop flows still have cloud element, and business process flows run in model-driven apps, and most organizations are now in the cloud. There are still on-premises instances, of course, as well. Desktop flows, I'm not really going to get into, but they're pretty cool. Imagine you've got maybe a legacy app that you just don't have the ability yet to automate, or I should say to modernize. And there's maybe it's difficult to integrate with it, that sort of thing. So what you can do is you can record the usage of that app, and then Power Automate records all the steps you enter data here, you click here, hit save, close the app. And Power Automate will record that, and then all of those steps become variables. This old invoicing app. And something happens in the cloud, and you send information down to this app. It creates the invoice and sends an invoice number back. And all of those clicks are done dynamically on the fly from what it actually was. Or maybe there's a website you need to go to do something, and you could launch the website, and you could record the clicks and what that website does for you. So a lot of really cool applications there. We won't get into it today. I do a full RPA. That's called RPA, robotic process automation. I have a full workshop on that as well, if you're interested. So let's look at the other types, though. So with Power Automate, we're able to connect to all this data. Whenever we talk about connectors, Power Automate has the most. And typically that's because you might have a connector for something, and it really only works for a couple of tasks, as opposed to other connectors. Maybe they do all sorts of data work for you. So not every connector does the same kind of work. It provides access to that other data source, that API, that whatever, and provides the capability that you might need with it. And then most of our flows are triggered on something. They're either, actually, let me go back a slide. I didn't really speak to this super well. Automated flows are those that have a trigger. So like an email is received, or somebody loads a file into SharePoint, or a record is created, or a record is updated somewhere, that can trigger the flow. And then it'll do stuff. It'll have conditions, it'll have actions, and so on. Instant flows, I don't really like this name. Instant flows kind of imply like it happens and it's done. No, it means that someone can trigger it. A human can trigger it. So maybe it's a button that's clicked inside an app. That's a common scenario where somebody hits a submit button, and that's when a process runs. Although in that case, an automated could probably do it too. But it just requires a human intervention. And then scheduled flows, just like they sound, maybe it runs every morning at 6 a.m. or every second Tuesday at 10 at night. So maybe a monthly process, whatever. And then, so those are kind of our typical ones. Most of the time when I'm building them for demo or something, it's going to be the automated flow. Okay, so we have this trigger, we have these actions, conditions that it checks. We can work with the flows anywhere. Typically, we're doing it in the Power Automate Maker portal. There is actually a mobile app for Power Automate. I haven't used it in ages. Really, because you're not going to want to sit and create your flows in the app. Most of the time, someone might just use it for monitoring how their flows are doing. And then there's actually kind of a special Power Automate process, and that's approvals. So yes, you could build one. You could build a flow and say, send an email to someone to approve it. But if you choose the full approval capability, then it gives you more stuff. So like, for instance, you might say, oh, I want the manager of someone to approve it. Fine. Other times we might say, okay, send it to this group, and the first person to approve it, great, out of the 3 or something that's in that group. Or you might say, I need all of the people to approve it before it moves on. That's probably less likely. So you get more nuances with the full approval process. So it's not just simply a flow that sends an email or a Teams notice to somebody to approve something. It has fuller functionality. So some common automations there. I just talked about approvals, the scheduled ones, the recurring. The project guidance, that's the business process flow that we'll talk about within the context of our the bigger lab. That next one's probably the most common. Automated triggering from data service events. That's probably the most common usage of flows. And then sometimes, yes, that instant, someone can do the automation into an app for somebody to do. Within Dynamics, there's actually classic workflow that you can still use. And there's a scenario where you might select a bunch of records and say, run this workflow, and then it'll apply to each whatever you've got that workflow doing. Also, in classic workflows, we're not going to get into them, but they're still relevant. There's still the capability of what we call synchronous, which means that you can have something happen before the record saves. So it could be that somebody clicks a button to like save a record, and it'll do all the stuff in the background and then come back on the screen, rather than somebody hits a save button and in the background the flow runs and the user doesn't really know or care. So these are really typical stuff that we do. Somebody triggers the flow. There's a condition, there's actions, and then something might happen and it's done. Usually flows don't sit for long periods of time. You can. There is, I think the default's like 30 days, but that can be different. That could be changed. And so occasionally you might have one run for a while. Here's a common example where a record is created that's in Dataverse, created or updated, showing the accounts table, and then if so, send an email something has changed, and you see those blocks of those are variables. So we have email that's dynamic value. Maybe it's somebody that owns the record, and then it's saying your account, ABC company, information has changed. And so you have a combo of kind of hard coded text and dynamic. Like I said, we've got 1,500 something. I haven't looked in the last month or so how many we have, but that's about where it's been. So the automated flows, we've got this event or trigger. It'll go through a bunch of actions, and then also pretty common is to have a condition. So it's going to check to see, oh, did this field get filled out, or is a value more than something, or maybe you have an option set, and it's like, okay, is the record this? Is it this, or is it this? And then you might have a kind of a catch-all for other scenarios. And then over time, you might begin to realize that, we're getting a lot in that other catch-all. So maybe we need to add in more logic. And then flows can always call other workflows as well. Business process flows, and we do have an example of this in the app in a day content in our model-driven app that we'll build there as well. And this will guide a user through stages or screens and ensure that they're doing things correctly. It can be really helpful for maybe new users or new processes to ensure that people are doing them correctly. And then I mentioned earlier, you can have branching. So maybe if something isn't necessary, it'll skip us. It won't even show that stage. And then as in Power Apps, we have templates. And here there are lots and lots of templates. Canvas apps, we don't have many templates left anymore, but there are lots and lots and lots here. In fact, you can do a search, and it can be a great way to not only jumpstart a requirement, but also to learn and to see how something happens. How do I connect and get this information here? Because sometimes there are things you feel like, oh, I got to go get that. Like, I have to get the user's manager. That has to be a step that I have to add in. It's just not like dynamically built in, so to speak. And so like some other examples you might try. Yeah, this one, this slide deck you can see came from the Power Automate team, and they're self-promoting there, making sure you get posts of all of their blogs. So similar to the Power Apps Maker Portal, we have the Power Automate Maker Portal. Now, within Power Apps, you can actually get into the flows, but usually when I'm doing a flow development, I go to the full page. So like you'll see your flows, you'll see any action items. Now this, I don't do as a user to go look there. It's probably more the person that's authored the flow and they're just kind of monitoring it, or maybe just overall kind of reporting on it. I'd probably be looking at higher level analytics to find out whether something has failed. And then of course we can get into templates and connectors. There's lots of learn options, and we're gonna do an example where I don't have a specific lab for Power Automate, which seems like it's okay since my OneDrive failed for a lot of people. We're just gonna pick a template, and mostly I just want you to make sure you can get into Power Automate, find it, so that when we get to the bigger labs, you'll be able to you'll find your way around. And similar to what I did with Power Apps, there's lots of great use cases. Obviously, not going to read through this slide, but this is kind of an industry example, and you can think about all the different ways that you might leverage flows. All right, let's jump into this. So let me share the right thing here. And I'm going to share this one. Okay. All right. So I'm back in the Maker portal. Now we're going to go to Power Automate. So you could just open another tab and type in make.powerautomate.com, or go to Power Platform and click Power Automate, and that will take you in as well. Now, again, let me go back while that's loading. Yeah, I was playing with apps, so let's just close that. You can actually see flows here. So I could click on flows, but you're just seeing your flows, and that's it. And yes, you can drill into anyone that you're working on, but it doesn't have all of the other Power Automate specific features that you will want. Oh, come on, where's my? There it is. Come on. Okay. All right, so the same thing. You've got the left navigation. You've got a big splash screen with lots of stuff for you to look at. I'm going to choose an environment. So I'm going to choose my TMT demo again. And I have some flows already here. I'll just give you a little bit of a tour. And then maybe together we'll just try a template or two. All right, so you can see the big splash screen. We're always pushing Copilot, of course. And then there's the create, where you can, it's one way to start a flow. You can also start it under my flows. And there you see all of those types that I was talking about. Automated, again, probably the most common. Instant, that's where you have to choose when it flows, when it goes. Scheduled, you can pick the time. Maybe it's a repeatable. The describe it, so that's like using Copilot for that. Desktop flow, that's where we're running something locally and recording our actions. Process mining, it's part of the Power Automate family, but it's much bigger and more sophisticated. We won't drill into that, but that's where it will analyze all of your flows, all of your processes, and help you find pain points and bottlenecks. So like maybe it looks at your kind of your your production to cash kind of flow, and it'll identify things where it might have had you might have had a bottleneck, and then it'll help you either create new flows to fix it or fix your data entry, all sorts of stuff. It's cool. All right, and then of course we have, oh, here's approval. I told you approvals are kind of special. And this would be a place where you would see them if you wanted to go look at all of your approvals. And there I have one actually, which I'm going to talk about. This is I have a new machine request that we're gonna look at in the labs. And typically though, I would probably react from my email versus going here to look at flows. So like for instance, I think I've got one there. If I go to my Outlook here I'm in a trial tenant, I'm going to have an email asking me to approve something, but I'd also see it there in that list of approvals. But it's like, why would you go over there? I don't know, but it's where it's, and I can click the approve button right here, approve or reject. So anyway, that'll be cool. We'll get to that. That's a flow running that in and of itself. I can't get to the tab there behind the share screen. There we go. Okay. All right. So I think that's good enough to look here. So I'm just going to go to my flows. And so any flows that I own will be here or have been shared with me. So it's possible that someone else created a flow and no one has created one and shared it with me because I'm by myself in this system. But you can also a good practice in a lot of organizations is if somebody creates a flow and they might also share it with, so there's another co-owner, so that if somebody leaves, you don't have some orphaned flows. Now, we do have with Agent 365 and the Power Platform Admin Center, we have the ability to find those, but it's probably good to have that as kind of a best practice. All right, let's look at a couple of templates And so I might do, oh, let's see. Let's say if somebody, I'll just search for SharePoint. Okay, when a file is created or modified, when an item is deleted, so you can see there's lots of options here. And so this will have, oh, I got to set the connection string to it. That's fine. So I would choose, and it's going to give me my available SharePoint sites. So there I can just choose that. I can choose a library. So it's pretty straightforward. It's not like we have to code any of this. My documents, that's fine. And so not much on this trigger, but you can see that, okay, it's getting triggered when somebody adds a file. So then maybe what I might do is, and then you'll see all of the available actions and such that you might do. So I might just search for, say, Outlook. And I might send an email. Whoops. No. Outlook. Oh, I clicked the wrong Seymour. There's Seymour. There we go. So you can see these are all the actions that are related just to Outlook. So I might send an email, and I should have just typed send an email. You'd think this would be easier to find. Send an email. And then I could say, notify somebody. I'd probably have a condition though first to check to see why I would send an email. But there's lots here. And then let's go back. Let's just pick a different one. Some of these have more stuff pre-built. That's what I want to do. How about, oh, I don't know. About Dataverse. Okay. Oh, some of these are not what I wanted at all. Okay. Sync Dataverse record to MailChimp. If you use MailChimp, that's great. None of these are exciting me. See more. Give it one more moment here. It gives you an idea about the boatload of templates that are in here. All right, so that's fine. So, oh, this is pretty good. Send a notification with sentiment to the manager's email using AI Builder. So you could, when you receive an email, you could ask it to analyze the email. If it's from your manager, that would be a condition, and then ask it to check the content of the email and see if your manager is upset with you. So that could be fun. So, okay. Yeah, I've kind of gone into the weeds there. Let me show, though, one that we're going to do after a bit is this new machine approval request. So I'm going to click on that. And so this is saying when a row is added or deleted, and I click on that and it will say when a row is added, but you can see there's other options, added, deleted, so forth. Whoops. And then the table is the table called machine names, whereas you can see I've got all my other tables in Dataverse. Scope organization. So this is a kind of a Dataverse specific thing where you could say, I want everybody in the organization for this to apply to, or maybe just specific users or specific business units. Now, this concept, business unit, parent child, that's only in Dataverse. It's not in other places, but it's how you've set up the organizational structure. And then I could go so far as select select columns. So if I only want to worry about a specific, that's probably more with a change. So like if somebody changed the status of a record, I could be checking to see what values might have changed. And then I'm going to start and wait for approval. And so you can see we filled this out with approve or reject. And there you can see some of those other options. First respond, everyone must respond if it's being sent to several. And then another one is sequential, and that's cool. So let's say first it needs to go to you. Probably have this within your own organization. Maybe something has to go to an interim manager or an interim approver, maybe your manager, and then it goes on to final, or maybe it's got to go to finance to be approved, and then to your manager, something like that. So it's not a send to everybody and various people approve it. It's send to one, then send to another. So you can see we've got lots of great options here. Whoops, I keep clicking away. And then here's that combination of text and dynamic value. So you could say this is being assigned to the approver. Now in the real world, that might be looking up someone, or maybe it's to a specific group. I really don't like to put in hard code in someone's name, because what if that person leaves the organization? You would have to go into any place you've done that and fix that. and then it says a new machine has been requested. Here's the machine name, the price, and then if I wanted to add more information, other data. I don't remember what else we've got here. Then I click there's this lightning bolt here. And what that gives me is everything that's happened so far in this flow. I mean, there might be stuff that maybe I've created a parameter, maybe I've created a variable. And in this case, it's the record I'm on, the record I'm working with. So this when row is added or deleted, the machine name, and there's so all the fields. So I might say, I don't know, it's not really necessarily important. We've got the most stuff in there. Maybe I could say like the status reason. So I get to change this to status. So that's how easy it is to add more values. And we're going to build this flow in the full labs. And so that's pretty cool. And then we have a condition. And so anytime you are doing something, you'll very likely have to check to see, especially in this case, an approval. So we're waiting to see the outcome is equal to approve. Otherwise, well, then it would be reject. But we could have the same thing here. In this case, it's just 2, so that works. Otherwise, I could have body outcome. Where is it?
Let me know, because I was going to order one too.
You're going to order a coffee machine, because that's what we're going to do here. And so in this case, just approve, that's all we need, but you could have the reverse as well. And then maybe you'll continue adding other things, and you can see there's just loads and loads and loads of things we can interact with. And it's not just, you might say, well, we don't actually use Outlook. Shame on you, sorry. No, maybe use some other mail. So you could just search for mail and you can see that there's also, Mandrill, Gmail. So I've never even heard of a couple of those, Mandrill. So any one of these, and the important, I talked about the connectors. So every one of these will have different actions based on what you want it to do. So like, for instance, if I'm going to write to somewhere else, maybe I'm going to connect to Excel, and maybe I'm going to enter a row into Excel. You can see all of the actions then are applicable to the connector you chose. Okay, so that's just a little bit of review of this. At any time, I can check to see how it's doing. I could check there's this flow checker. I have no errors. Usually you know it, otherwise you don't have to check there. We can also hit test. Now in some instances that works great. Other instances you have to kind of do something to make sure it works. And then we can also, if I just go back, Yeah, I'll hit save. So it's saving, and I'll go back. Then every flow you create has kind of this own little dashboard. So like, for instance, here's kind of the details of this. It shows all my connections, and then any run of it. So this was run yesterday, well, early this morning, and then the owners of it. I'm the only owner, but I might share this and send it to somebody else. Probably the most common thing you're going to do is you're going to come in here, and we'll come back to this when I demo the labs. And there might be multiple instances. It might be running, they might be succeeded, they might be failed. And then you can drill into it and see what the problem is. So this is usually the first place we go to check on errors. Okay, I don't have any specific lab yet for this. We'll do this when we get into the full app of the day. My takeaway at the moment is I want you to make sure you can get into make.powerapps.com. You can see I've got make.preview. Make sure I'm in the right environment in which I'm working, and then that I can see, the stuff like templates. I can get into my flows, and we'll create a flow there after a bit. Okay, let's take a pause. I'll check the Q&A, see how we're doing. Okay, looks like we're okay at the moment. So let's carry on. I'm going to go back to the slide deck. And I've got a couple things that I'm going to cover that we're not going to do labs on. Power Automate. Let's share this. Okay. Power Pages, we're not going to do a lab, but I'm going to show it. It's just, this is a much bigger application, and I mean, I do workshops on building Power Pages, and it is pretty cool. So it's actually had a number of names. So over the years. It's funny how Microsoft will rebrand something, give it a new name, usually coinciding with a bunch of updates. Like Copilot Studio, for example, was a significant update from Power Pages. It's been kind of elevated within the Microsoft 365 world, but it certainly wasn't the first iteration of it. And Power Pages is the same. I think Power Pages is the fourth name now. It started as an ISV called the ADX Studios. In fact, you'll still see in Dataverse references to ADX, ADX Studio, the original developer. And then we acquired them, and it became CRM, MS CRM Portals, I think, and then I forget with all the names that it's had. We're now at Power Pages. And but it still has that kind of that core capability. It's a low-code solution for building external facing, usually portals, but they have the capability of interacting with your customers' data in Dataverse, and lots of security options out of the box. You don't have to do anything for security out of the box. Unless you want to do something different, but it has, users can create their account. You can send them an invitation to create an account, and then they've got all of the password maintenance that you would expect, locking them out, password complexity requirements, and so on. It also has that WYSIWYG design, and I'll show you that shortly. And then there's also ProDev extensibility. So if you have more custom stuff that needs to be done. And then you can also start with one of the pre-built templates. So in this case, we have yet another maker portal, make.powerpages.com. And all of these have slightly nuanced differences to them, but usually no matter how you type it, it'll get there. And you'll choose your environment. You could start from a template or just start from scratch. I would usually start from a template. And then you do have to have Dataverse, and the at least the original creator of the site needs to have the system admin role. So what's great about the templates is that it'll have a structure kind of built for you. And here's, you can see there's a little bit of that. So you've got your overall main navigation, which completely makes sense for a website. And then you'll have child pages. You'll have typically things like contact us, sample. That was just something I was doing in whatever environment I did to create these screenshots. And then you can just create new pages. You can add in lists and forms of the data from Dataverse. You might have, kind of the typical general website things like a forum or documentation, how to, that sort of thing. You might have a scenario where users will have anonymous content, and then if they log in, they'll see stuff that's specific to them, to their record in Dataverse. And then as you're building it, there's always the ability to change the layout, and then you can add specific components that you would have on a website, like images and buttons and text and whatever. And under that ellipsis, there's more. And then you can also add in your own HTML, your own style sheets. And then there's also liquid code. So liquid code is a type of website, is a website development. It actually came out of Spotify, originally created it, and it's what we use in Power Pages. You can also use JavaScript if you're more comfortable with that. So typically you'll have some sort of structure like this: your home page, and then your child pages, and then there might be sub pages below that, and so on. You might have content that people can download, like that marketing flyer, and all of this you can build right through the UI. There is, however, also a portal management model-driven app that is also created, and I'll show you both to kind of give you an idea. And some people, you might build some things in the portal management app or some things in the design studio. Everything you design, if you do in the design studio, if you add a page there, it's a page record in the portal management app, which in and of itself is a Dataverse model-driven app. We can also do lots of styling. There's lots of themes out of the box. You could upload your own Bootstrap if you've got a specific color scheme that your organization uses, probably your own logos, all of that, and then that will cascade to all of your content. And then you'll use forms for interacting with the Dataverse data. There's templates that you can start with. You can also build it completely from scratch. You can also make Power Pages multilingual. And then what it will do is it will create. So I have a base language. Maybe my base language is US, and then I'm going to add in this case Ukrainian, and whatever, Spanish, German, whatever, and then you'll have it'll automatically create another page or another copy, of all of that content that you create. So if I create a new page in my base language, it'll create that same page for the other languages. Some things will be translated, other things you would have to do yourself. All right, this one, we're not going to do a lab on it, but I'm going to give you a pretty good demo. And I'll show you my environment. I'm going to share a different spot here. Okay. So I'm back here. I can, and on any of my pages, I can hit Power Pages. excuse me, and that will take me into Power Pages. Here, let's back up. And one more here. Okay, here. I just wanted to show you what it looks like when you first get there. So if you have not created a portal, it'll prompt you to create one when you first go in. I've got a couple going here. And so I might start from a template. You can see there's, a lot of, just kind of, most of it's just kind of look and feel. However, there's also specific to, maybe like if I choose Dynamics 365, I don't have that in this tenant. Like I like to choose, because I don't have Dynamics in here. If I had Dynamics in here, I would see other ones like customer service or marketing or maybe more sales specific. That's what I normally use. Or you can just start from blank. I've got a couple of going, so I'm just going to jump into them. And so here's one. I've done nothing in here. This is very basic. And so a lot of this I'll just do. I'll just like edit my site header. I just click that button and I'm at say Contoso, and then of course probably have an image I'll upload. I could change the styling, change the layout, all right here. At any point, I could edit the code, the background code in say Visual Studio Code as well. And then if I wanted to add another page, I could do that. So I could just say, maybe duplicate a page or add a new page. Yeah, I don't need to describe it, but that's okay. Okay, this is fine. Create a page listing accounts. So it'll create my new page and then I can modify it from there. I could have done that over on the right side there and the Copilot as well. And then I'll preview this and I'll show you how easy it is to get in. I'll just say keep it for now. And then it'll show in my kind of account information. It went the wrong direction. I'm at accounts in Dataverse, but it went with checking and savings. That's fine. I'll go ahead and hit preview, choose desktop. And this is like running or playing an app. I'm previewing my website. This just shows you how quickly and easily you can see your work without you producing it. And so there I've got page 1, page 2. Here's the accounts page that I created. And so I can navigate around just like I see in the WYSIWYG. And then there's also, you might have other typical things like contact me or access denied, page not found, all of the usual stuff there. Styling, I might change, I can either upload my own theme or maybe I like to go with, maybe something else here. And then it'll change all those colors. Excuse me. I could, of course, modify them individually as well. And then if there's any data that I've already connected to, click on that. I'll just discard. If I have any data that I've been interacting with, like for instance, the account table, that will show. And I could add other tables. So if I want to add in, say, the contact table, I could add that too. And then just to start working from there. Of course, with Copilot, I can just tell it to add it, and it'll do it very nicely for me. Under setup, there's some things like just kind of helping you make sure you're doing everything right. If there's any integrations you might have, any agents you might add. This can make for a quick demo, like proof of concept. Created a Copilot studio agent, and then yesterday we showed the publishing to a specific channel. Portal pages is one of our capabilities there, and then we can come in here and it'll be available And that can be a really quick way of showing your agent from maybe more like the end user's experience. And then I'll show one more thing here. If I go back to my apps, then there's also show all my Power Pages management app. It's a model-driven app. So if I play that, this is the back end, and it's all the same stuff. So everything that I've created in my portal or portals is also here. And in some cases, you might come here and do work. So here's my two portals at active websites. So if I go back over here to, I've been doing some work. Let's go back, cancel. So when I first come into Power Pages, go back. All right, let's just. Launch another one here. It's a little stubborn. Okay, so here's my two. I've got demo 2, TMT skilling. So if I come here, those are those two websites, demo 2, TMT skilling. If I click on the demo 2 and I look at child pages, you can see the account list. This is the one I just created. So you can see that anything that's done in the from the kind of the WYSIWYG side, the designer portal is available here as well. In some cases, you might come in here. So like, for instance, I might go to a contact and give them maybe access to log in. And I would give them maybe, this is to be the manual way. Usually what I would do is maybe send them an invitation, or maybe I have a Power Automate flow that sends that, and you can see create invitation there, that sends the invitation to whenever somebody is created, a new contact is created, send them a welcome email offering them to log in and create their own account. Or I can do it from this side and just give them the necessary permissions on the record themselves. So like I go to this portal contact form and web authentication, and I can see whether that, I won't see their password, but I'll see the kind of their situation as far as have they created a login, they confirm their email, mobile, all of that. You could just within your design and setup of this, you can say, I want to use two-factor authentication. So then I could see if I'm helping a contact troubleshoot their login. I can see, oh, their two-factor is enabled or not enabled, or their contact is locked out, things like that. That would be the manual way of looking at it. Hopefully I'd be automating all of that. So again, this is all of the stuff that's in my sites. And there's templates that I can use to create new pages. So maybe I want a new ad, a new, I don't know, a new, new full starter page. Maybe they contact me. Maybe here's a registration default page, templates that we can use within the context of creating the site. Okay, so I will share at the end here, I've got links to Power Pages in a Day. So if you are interested in diving into this more, there's full content for that as well. All right, I'm going to go back to the slides. We're just going to go through Power BI quick, similar to Power Pages, and then we'll probably pause and take a few minutes break, and then we'll get into the full App in a Day labs. So let's do Power BI. And probably a lot of you are familiar with Power BI. Maybe thumbs up if you're already using Power BI. Maybe thumbs up in the chat, just kind of get a little bit of a feel for folks. Okay, great. All right, so Power BI actually started in Excel. It started as add-in visuals in Excel that were new. They behaved differently. They were more dynamic, and that was about 2011. And back then, at that point, most of our reporting was done through things like SQL reporting services or Crystal reports. And that was typically done by someone or a report writer that's what they did. And so if you had requests, you had to go to corporate BI and ask for reports. So now as it began to build into first Excel and then the Power BI desktop, which has been about 11 years now, you could think of that more as getting into now the end user can begin to do more analytics. And now we're really, with the enhancements that we've been making with Power BI, with Fabric, it's really allowed any user within the organization to do their own BI. And so one of the cool things about Power BI is that it works with any data. So you might have data over here, but you want to aggregate it, present it together. You don't have to do an integration into some big, like say a data warehouse. You don't have to. There are advantages for that sort of thing, but a lot of times you really only need it in the reporting. So, and what's cool about Power BI is you can connect to all these different data sources and mash it up together. And then you can serve it up through the Power BI desktop itself as a PBIX file. You can have the Power BI service, that's the app.powerbi.com, publish it there, create dashboards, share it out with people. There's also the mobile capability. So it's cool. I'm just going to go through a number of points about it here. It's a way of overviewing Power BI. Desktop's free. There's all sorts of dashboard and interactivity we can do. We have the Copilot natural language querying capability. And then we also have custom stuff and lots of integration points. So the Power BI desktop itself is free. You can download that and run it from your desktop. And that's the way most people still do it. We are gradually getting parity with what you can do in the online version. However, there's still some things that you would do only on the desktop. I know at some point it'll become not necessary to use the desktop at all. And if you're a Mac user, there currently is not a desktop version for Mac, and that's part of the reason why we're pushing for parity between the online version and the desktop. Unless you have, like, I think it's called Parallels that you can use with Macs. And then we have these cool things like real-time capability. So this example is getting telemetry from factory machines, and it's showing you in real time some reporting, some telemetry about those devices. Now, real time isn't for everything. And that's probably the case. A lot of times people, a lot of reporting might be, from the day before, it's just, you have an update that happens in your system, you're posting invoices or whatnot. You don't need to have that real time. And then there are some visuals that just don't work real time. So generally I advise people start with the kind of the typical, and then work up to those examples where you might need a real time. And then here's an example where you can use a natural language query. So you could just ask it, show total global sales by genre, and it's giving me new visuals. And then I could save those. I could pin those if I want to keep those, because I would say, oh, that's cool. I haven't used this is the key influencers. This is one of my favorites. And it's a way of drilling in one inline view and to data maybe you hadn't really thought about looking at before. And then depending upon if you have Power BI premium capacity, you can actually, you can use Copilot in the Power BI service and just have it generate an entire report for you from your data. And then this one, I'm sorry, I was talking over this slide. There's also lots of custom visuals, and sometimes they might be really, really specific to something. Let me just start that over. So you might see, oops. You might have really specific views you want to see, or maybe like machinery, or like here. And then you could click on a component of the machinery, and then you see all the data around that. Obviously, that's not one of the out of the box visuals. Or across the top, there's lots of others that somebody says, I like the slicers in Power BI, but I want a unique feel to it. Check out the custom visuals, and IT can control that so that maybe only certain ones are visible. A really easy one to try it out with is, you see kind of in the top screen of the screenshot, there's the word cloud, and then you just point it at data that's typically text, and you'll see the greater the occurrence, the bigger it is, and that can give you a really quick visual view of that data. And then, of course, like everything Microsoft, we integrate with all sorts of stuff. Excel and Power BI still have a symbiotic relationship where you can kind of push stuff back and forth. You might have a lot of users that are really comfortable in Excel, but they know the value of the reporting that Power BI has. And then Power BI doesn't necessarily have everything Excel has, like pivot tables are really well done within Excel that you might choose to do there. And then you might publish out your reports to somewhere other than the Power BI service, maybe to SharePoint. So maybe you have context within SharePoint and you want to see the Power BI there, or Power Apps like I was talking about. Or maybe you're going to do a presentation. You don't necessarily know for sure if you're going to have internet access, or you're worried about it. You could export it into a Power BI, we have too many powers, PowerPoint deck, and then do your presentation without worrying about real-time access to your data. So just kind of lastly here, basically with Power BI, what everybody needs is first they need access to the data, and then they'll likely have to clean it. I'll joke with people sometimes that I have actually been told by customers, oh, our data is clean. You're not going to have to do stuff to it. And in Power BI, you're not typically going back and fixing the data. Well, you should fix the data. Power BI is not going to do the fixing for you. However, it can fix it in the reporting. So like maybe an easy example is, maybe you've got a variety of spellings of a state, a U.S. state. And you might create a new calculated column that says, okay, if it's U.S.A, that's USA, or whatever you want it to ultimately be. If it's US, it's this. If it's United States of America, it's this. So you can kind of clean up just for the point of having better data. Because a lot of times what Power BI will point out is missing data or data errors, that sort of thing. And then we can also mash up. So you might get data from multiple sources. You might get public data. Maybe you grab demographics that you want to bring in and show within your reports, maybe to get an idea of, okay, of my customers, where do they live? What income level, education level, that sort of thing. And then you'll begin to do your exploration, and then you'll begin to visualize and ultimately share out. And all of that is very iterative. You're doing lots of it together. I'm going to do a quick demo. I think a lot of people are pretty familiar with Power BI, but I'll still do a little demo here, mostly in since we're in Power Platform. So let's take a look there. So I'm just going to share back to my screen, and like everything, I can click Power Platform and go to Power BI, and this will take me into the app to Power BI service, which I have not run on this tenant. Let me grab my super secret login here quick. There it is. The first time you access it, you'll be prompted. And then if you don't have it, it will offer you a trial. And usually it's 60 days. And then you can try other things, start getting into Fabric. As you can see, I'm kind of in Fabric, but it's the Power BI workload that's part of Fabric. And so any reports that I have done will be loaded here. If I go into my workplace, I would see anything that I've created. Now, I can start from here. So like I said, there's the Power BI desktop, but I could actually create a report.
Pat,
Yeah.
we can no longer see your screen.
Yeah.
Just FYI.
Oh, okay. I selected screen and then I forgot to hit.
We can
Sure.
see it now.
Okay, thank you. So here okay, I'll back up. So I was just back in a Mater portal. I just hit Power BI, and it was my first time in this particular tenant. So I just see kind of a blank slate. However, I could actually create from here. I don't necessarily have to use the Power BI desktop tool, but I could start from, say, Excel or something. So I could create a report here, and I'll just upload a file. I've got my coffee data here. Where is it? Nope. Where's my coffee data? 1 second. That we're going to get to in just a little bit here. And okay, here it is. So this is just an Excel file. So pretty straightforward, but it'll just give you just a quick look at working with it. So I'll hit next. Now, originally, when Power BI Desktop first came about, we got a new tool called Power Query. And we now actually use this in a lot of places throughout the Microsoft world. Okay, what's this? Oh, okay. Come on, there we go. Throughout Microsoft, you'll see Power Query. And it's really an ETL tool: extract, transform, and load. And so you'll get your initial view of data, and then you can begin to do some work with it. Now, this happens to be pretty clean, so I don't necessarily have to do much, but I'll click transform. And sometimes I might have a case where the first row will actually show, instead of headers, that'll show in the first row. So I might do something like promote first row to headers. So instead of column 1, column 2, column 3, it'll show machine name, machine price, type. Now, what's also another great feature here is sometimes data at the source is not the right data type. What I mean by that is you might have a field that's a text field, but the only thing people ever put into is integers, and you want to be able to aggregate to sum it and so forth. And so you could change a text field into an integer field here. I don't necessarily need to do that on any of these, but let's say what's machine price was not, it was showing as a text field. I could change the type to any of these others, like whole number, percentage, currency, and so on. If a date field wasn't date, I could change it as well. That's not typically something you can do in a database. You can't go into a database and change the data type. You'd have to create a new data field for that. So there's all sorts of work we can do across here. So we've got all this transformation capability, and then everything we do will have these applied steps. So you could come back and actually, if I had 5, 6, 8 steps there, I could click back a step and maybe update it or fix it or something like that. And I'll just go ahead and hit create a report. And I'm just going to say I'm going to go to my workspace, give it a name, just call it demo. Oh, coffee. and hit create. And so now it's creating the model for me. Why not? That's okay. It's just a simple spreadsheet, I'm sure. Finished. Um, and here I can look at the data view of it, and then I can begin creating visuals right here. If I wanted to transform the data, go back to it, I could go back and do back into my query and do some more updates there. I could add new columns. So I can begin to do all of that work that I need to do within my report. So that's just getting the data in, and then actually let me go to the desktop, show you a little bit there. I think I've got something I could show really quick here. This is some data around revenue. It's just sample data, so it's not showing any PII. And this is often how people will be working, is in the desktop. And here you have pages similar to Excel workbook sheets, and then you have a view of the data. You have a view of the relationships. If you have multiple tables and so forth, and then we can begin working with all of our visuals. So here I've got a number of tabs, and like here's a revenue report, and it's showing lots of different types of visuals. Even got data showing in a map, and on the far right side, these are all of my tables, and then next to that are all of my visuals. There's quite a few. You can just hover and you can get a name of what it is. It's like, here's a line chart, and it's showing, this particular one is showing the kind of a year over year. And what's cool in this case is I have a filter that's saying, I just want the last 3 years to show rather than all the years. And there might be other visuals as well. And then basic behavior of visuals within Power BI is that when you click on something, all the other visuals subscribe to that, and the data will likely change. You can change that behavior. So like if I drill into one of these and I choose something, my data and the other visuals change to match my selection. You don't have to do that, but you can. And then I've got a slicer here that's actually just 2 buttons instead of a drop down or something. So, all right. So super quick. We were up kind of to the bottom of the hour. Why don't we take about 10 minutes, and we'll come back and we'll get into the last piece, which will be the App in a Day lab. So I'll put the timer up. Let's take 10 minutes. I'll remember to hit the play button this time. There we go. All right. So let's take 10 minutes and come back, and we'll do our last bit of the lab portion of our workshop. All right, it's hockey playoff time. So as they say, we have 1 minute, 1 minute remaining.
Does Houston count, Ted? That's only 4.5%. Or I'll be in Dallas this weekend. Does that count?
It's up to you. If you wish to be a Dallas fan, that's your prerogative. All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. Let's get into the last portion here of what I'm doing with you today. And that's, let's look at the app of the day full build. So we've done a little bit of a dive into all of the applications. So now let's look at an end-to-end solution that you can build. I'll share the link to the content in a moment, but first I will demonstrate through things here. So in this scenario, it's an organization. It's allowing people to order coffee machines for their break room. Would this be nice? And it will handle the all of the processing around that. So a user could run that middle screenshot there. They could run the Canvas app, and they could compare the different devices and make a selection. And if it's above a certain range, it will have this flow that will check the value. And if it's greater than a certain amount, it will need approval. And then there's also a model-driven kind of management app on the left side there with a business process flow that will allow some individual to monitor and check on how the order's going through the process. So this is lab. You would start with a Canvas app, and I think we'll get started at least on that. My main point is I want to make sure people can kind of get started, make sure they find everything so that they can continue on your own. And so first we'll start with Canvas app, and then we'll go into we'll use Dataverse for a machine orders table that we will create. And I didn't drill into Dataverse very much, but I'll give a little bit of a view of that when I demo all of these components that we're going to make. And then there's the model-driven app. It's small. It's just managing the machine orders, but you could add lots more to it, of course. And then we'll use Power Automate to manage that flow of approval. So the lab content is at aka.ms/app of the day. And it will have all of the content that we need. So let me just bring up that page. It's actually kind of outlined. It used to be everybody got PDF files, but now it's more of a learning path. And so you can kind of see your progress of all the steps to take and so forth. And and kind of gives you an idea of maybe how long it would take to do each of the steps. And so you could just hit start and it just goes through. So each one of these are the module. It's got a nice overview of it. Make sure you have a trial. I think you all do. And then make sure you have Dataverse. So most of this first one, you wouldn't need to do any of that because you should have the environment. And then I would click next. And so really the bulk of it would be starting here to create an app. One of the first things we'll do is create a solution to put all of our content in. So why don't I start demoing this a little bit, and I'll show you all of what this will this will entail. So stop sharing a second, go back over to here, share this screen. All right, okay. So the first thing we would be doing is creating a solution. Now I talked to them a little bit. I didn't show them. So solutions are here in the Maker portal, and it's how we can put our content together. You can see I've already got the Contoso one, but if I drill into it, I'll have all of the stuff that makes up this solution. So I've got, you see, I've got apps. I've got 2 apps. I have Canvas app, model-driven app. I've got a Cloudflow, this machine approval. There's a business process flow that goes with the model-driven app. And then working with just 2 tables, and machine order and machine procurement product. That's it. Now you could build that out. So in this example, you're just using a spreadsheet of coffee machine information. In the real world, of course, I would probably create a table for coffee machines or something. And then I would probably have another table for maybe manufacturers. And so that that could go into accounts. And then, so that would be a way of kind of building that out. And so the first thing you'll be doing is whoops, I didn't mean to go back, that's fine, is to build this Canvas app. So I'll just edit this. And I'll show you the app. So again, here in the Maker portal, and I'm just in edit mode, but then I'll also play it as well. Okay, so here I am. I've got the main screen. There's a compare screen, which will, based on selections that I make, and then there's a happy message when you have successfully completed this. So I'll just go through some of the things on here. So on the main screen, let me zoom this a little bit. So we have a gallery or list of our machines. And it shows here, it's a little hard to see, but it's now highlighted on the left side. And then there is a larger view of all of the machines that are displayed. And then each one of these has some components. So like, for instance, there's the machine itself, and that's an image. And then there's price. And they don't, in the lab, they don't necessarily rename everything nicely. In the real world, I would advocate that this should be labeled like price or label price, LBL, label price, that sort of thing. And then there's a little compare checkbox. So those are all objects. So as you build this out, you'll start the screen, and then you'll insert things as you go. So you can see all of the stuff. It's fairly self-explanatory as to what the object is that you're putting in. A lot of what we do is we put in text labels, text inputs, maybe in this case we have the checkbox. So there's all of these things that you can add in, and then every one of these has a little bit more if we drill down into them. So we can really get quite sophisticated, even leveraging AI Builder or something. And then, excuse me, and then any object you click on, like let's click on that checkbox over here on the right side, you'll see properties for whatever you've selected. And so you might be, deciding its color, deciding where it sits on the form. And there's lots and lots here. Some of this, a lot of it, you're not going to have to touch at all. And then across the top, you'll see any object you've selected will have these kind of higher level properties, kind of what happens when you do something. So like here, text box, it guesses on what you probably want. And in this case, it's compare. And so here's the value there. Whereas if I clicked on the price, it has this text. This is where we get into the low code, and it's saying this item, the item I've clicked on, dot price. So like for instance, if I started backspacing out price, anything that's in this table will show up. So I've done this item dot, and this is the IntelliSense we get. So if I were changing this to something else, I could, like to the machine type or something. That's how I could change the value. I'm just going to go back to price because that's what this one is. And then there's always navigational elements too. So like, for instance, if I click on this compare 0 items down here in the lower right corner, you can see now that it guessed, oh, he's probably most worried about on select, meaning when I click the button. And when I do that, it gives me, when I do that, here, I'm just going to backspace that out. I want it to go somewhere. So when somebody clicks the button, and I might have multiple steps. I might have a save. I might have a navigate to somewhere. And so if I just start typing navigate, it'll ask me, it'll offer things that I could do. In this case, I want to go to the compare screen. So I could start typing in compare. There it is, compare screen. And then I'll just close it, the parameters. And so now when somebody clicks on that, it'll navigate to this screen. And then when somebody submits the request, if I hit submit request, it submits form, meaning that it saves, and then it's showing the, I don't think there's anything more on this one, no. And that's how it will write into the database. And there's lots and lots of other functions. This will just kind of get you started. In the actual lab exercises, there's a lot of cases where you might have a little code snippet, and I would say copy paste, or if you want to practice a little, you could start typing and you could start seeing that IntelliSense in action. Okay, let me play this so you can see what happens. So I'll hit play. Here I am. And then, there was also, let me go back one. Sorry, just a moment. I'll show you one more thing. So that if I click on this gallery of machines, up here at the top, you can see there that let's see if I hit, nope, wrong thing. That did not make the red thing bigger. Okay, hopefully you can read that okay. It says filter, and then here's kind of the syntax, machines, where the machine type ID equals the one I selected on the left side. So based on that, so if I click on one of these 4 on the left side, it's going to display in the main view here the machines that are included in that type of machine. Okay, so let me play that again so you can visualize that a little bit better. So like if I clicked on at-home espresso machines, I get all of these. If I clicked on commercial espresso, you can see I'm getting into the big time here, really spendy. Hopefully my office has the budget for that. So let's say I'm just going to choose like something for my office, or I want to get something a little bit higher here. Okay, I'll choose these 2 here, this Crema Cafe and another Crema Cafe. Compare, I'm going to hit the button, compare 2 items, which again had the navigate to the compare screen, which is this. And then I can see a view of those 2 with kind of high level information about it. And I can enter justification that I need this to replace broken, and I hit submit. So now in my system, I'm the only person. So the approver and the requested buyer give you all the same thing. So I'll hit submit machine request. And that will go for a moment. Then I've got this happy message. Thank you. Your message was successfully approved. I click OK, and I'm back to this screen. In the meantime, I can go look at my email And here I just got a request for because it is greater than $1,000. How do I know that that's the process? I'm going to go back to Power Automate. And this is another thing you'll build is the flow, the new machine approval request. And I think I showed this a little bit earlier. And so this is when a new row is added. So my submit order added a row into Dataverse, which I'll get to next. And this is starting the approval and wait. And so part of that was in the approval was to send an email asking for approval or rejection. And if I were to just go back here, let's just click right here, right on it. So now I can see that there's another one running. If I go back to my email and I click approve and hit submit, I think I had another one sitting there that I hadn't touched. So if I go back here and I refresh, this one is now succeeded. And this is the one I just did. So that's now succeeded. Great. And I think I get an email because I'm the only person. And now part of that flow is your machine has been approved. Great. And it's even got estimated ship dates, 2 weeks. Well, that long. Should have done from Amazon. And okay, so another component of what we're doing is we're going to go into Dataverse. So I'm going to go back to the Maker portal. And I'm trying to talk slowly and explain exactly where I'm clicking because it's maybe a little hard to see virtually where I'm clicking. So I'm going to go back to Dataverse. Let me go up a level so you can kind of see it a little bit more holistically. And I click on tables. So part of in your process is you're going to come in here and you're going to create a table called machine order. You'll do it in your solution. And there's not a ton to it. So if I click on columns, you're going to create columns. And whenever you create a new table, there's always a bunch of out of the box fields, but then you're going to create some others. So like here's price. So I've already created it, but I'll pretend to create it. I'll say price 2. And then these are all the different data types. And in this case, I would choose currency, but you can see under text, there's all sorts of plain text, rich text, email. That is a text field, but it will format to email format, that sort of thing. So any one of these might have a variety of selections based on what I've chosen. In this case, I just choose currency. I could make it required or not. And then I would hit save, and I would have a new field, in this case called price 2. So you'll go through and you'll create a bunch of fields as well. And then the other big chunk you'll do is if I go into apps, there's this machine ordering app. Machine procurement, which is this model driven app. And you're going to create that as well. I'll just hit play so you can see it. And in here, well, it's really just going to be machine orders, but imagine maybe you add in also accounts that are the manufacturers of your machines and so forth. So here I ran one yesterday and haven't approved it yet. And then now this one, I did just approve. And so if I look at the one that's not approved yet, if I drill into it, and pretty simple, not a lot of data on here, but I can see the process going here. So this was requested today, approval status. So the email is the typical way probably. However, someone could also come in here and click approve, hit next stage. It's saving the record. So now if I go back to Power Automate and look at that other flow, let me refresh here. No, I want to just go to my view of it. There we go. And refresh. Okay, that one's still running. It should, in a moment, that should finish because I clicked the approve on the app. So either way would work. And then someone here that's handling procurement is they could go into and modify, they could do the ordering. So you might have manufacturers, you might have more sophisticated order functionality here. So all of that is here and available in the flow. All right. Yeah, so that's kind of the end-to-end capability of this. So we're getting kind of close to time, but let's just take a few minutes for everybody to try to get into this, make sure you can find what you're looking for. One of the first things you'll need is this machine order XLSX file, and there's a link for it here appropriately in the lab. Somewhere down here, you'll find it. You'll import that as data. That's where you'll find that in the lab. So there's a link to it. But otherwise, you'll just kind of keep going through. You'd hit next at the bottom of each page as you work your way through the building of the exercises. And yeah, so you just skip next, and then you'll kind of continue on. All told, building all of this, the Canvas app, the Dataverse table, model-driven app, the Power Automate flow, and a business process flow probably take 6 hours or so to get through all of that. All right, so why don't we take 15 minutes? We'll go to quarter after, and then we will reconvene and we'll carry on next with Sergio. So try to take a look at this, ask any questions you've got, and we'll move on.
All right. And before we do, if everybody could just give Tad a big round of applause. Tad, thank you so much for all the effort. The class was amazing. So really appreciate you on that front. And then as Tad mentioned, we'll get started in 10 minutes or so. And Tad will be signing autographs at the end of this session. I'm going to put his LinkedIn profile in there, so feel free to connect. Yep. Presenters that including Sergio, John, Andrew. So again, thanks for all the effort, Tad. You rocked it.
You bet. Well, I'll put that link back in the chat if you missed that to the app of the day. And you'll get the slide deck. There's also a bunch of other resources here that will include lots of training materials throughout all of this. So all different ways of setting up trials too. So like sometimes you might just do a Power BI trial and nothing else, or so on. And so this will have links to lots of content, creating your first app, all these in-a-days, and documentation on all of the tools.
Yeah, and as a reminder, early next week, we're going to have a landing page where you can go in, you can review the videos, the content, the documentation, the PowerPoint presentations. So we'll get that up early next week, probably Tuesday, an email will go out. So just look for that email and it will have all the logistics in it for review. All right, we'll get started in another 11 minutes. All right, we're going to get started in about 1 minute.
All right, I'll turn over screen sharing.
All righty, it's excited about this next section that we're going to cover. Mr. Sergio is going to lead the charge on this, and something that a lot of people often overlook, but the importance of governance, COEs, and structure. So, Sergio, over to you, and the floor is yours, sir.
Alrighty, thank you. Let me start by sharing the deck here. I'm trying to put my camera on. I'm not sure if you're able to see me. I just see a blank
Yep.
box there, but oh, you can see me? Okay, cool.
Yep.
Yeah, for some reason on my end that didn't show up. All right, let me start by sharing the deck here, and then what I'll do is I'll jump into the slide, and then we can get started. Okay, it's kind of loading here. Give it a second. All right, I can see it. I hope you guys can see it. I'm going to jump into the slide where I'm going to start my content here. Okay, all right. So, so I mean, first of all, thank everybody for joining today. I know, if you were on the session yesterday, we're basically going to cover the same content around why an agent COE is important for organizations. So again, if you were here yesterday, you're going to hear kind of the same message. But what we want to do is really, kind of make sure that you are, as organizations, understand why it's important to have, let's say, an agentic COE solution. Now, yesterday we were in Copilot Studio, we're focusing more on agents, and today it's more on Power Platform. But like when we get into like a little bit of the ALM stuff, really applies as well. Again, like agents and the Power Platform tools like Power Automate and Power Apps really, fall onto the same structure of let's say a pipeline. But before we jump into that, we did want to cover a little bit of like, as you as an organization going to start your journey with agents, or even if you are an organization that already started with agents, but are kind of moving through like different zones of what an organization really goes through when they go through that journey, right? So we're going to cover a couple of slides first, and I'll jump into a little bit of like the ALM part of like what is it that we recommend for IT to have, and then what from the citizen developer side as well as, and then I'll talk a little bit about like some of the tools that are available for that. But again, wanted to just quickly start on just why you as an organization should really think about having some sort of COE for for you as an organization. And then before I do that, let me start my timer here and make sure keep it on track. All right, sorry about that. So again, why? So an agentic and a COE is not really a tool, right? So we shouldn't, as an organization, we shouldn't think about, hey, a COE is a tool. It's more of a methodology that our organizations really tend to implement. But let's just start by like why what is it, right? So what is an agent COE does? Like, so it really an agent COE, or Center of Excellence, what it's called, is really a strategy on how organizations basically design, govern, scale, and improve over time across the enterprise landscape, right? So it really establishes some standards, governance, and basically defines how you are able to kind of reuse those agents, either built on Copilot Studio or basically for like deployed to a different channel, like like the M365 productivity tool, right? So it's really that way of giving an organization a way to govern, also manage, as well as identify what's the return of investment for agentic solutions that are being deployed within the organization. So why why it's important, or why are like organizations kind of feeling that they need to adapt here, or why we always want to recommend that, is just because organizations at this point in age really are feeling kind of the pressure of evolving and moving their organization to in AI innovation or solutions. But they also, organizations really want to say, hey, well, I want to be responsible about it, right? I want to have a way that I can control costs, that I can control security, and I can really control the outcomes of an agentic solution and being implemented in my organization, right? So an agentic COE really is a way for a way to strategize, centralize adoption across the organization, but also align to the business priorities, not just, hey, we're going to implement because, again, we're going to give access to our people to build agents or Power Platform tools, as kind of Todd was talking about today, right? It really is about governance, security, again, responsible AI, and then putting some guardrails around how agents are built and how they're maintained through that life cycle, right? The other part of an agentic COE is really how do you as an organization build reusable assets, reusable agents, and have an architecture that suits the need of your organization. We've seen where organizations they don't have an agentic COE solution. Their employees start building components around the Power Platform or even agents, and they start getting out of control, right? So when you think about agentic COE, yes, it's focused around agents, but also to basically kind of govern what we're seeing today around Power Platform, Power Automate, and some of the Power Platform tools. Those encompass as well, right? So you want to make sure that your organization is not just putting Power Automates out there for the sake of putting them, that they may publish information or having certain things that they want to do. So an agentic COE or a COE solution would kind of govern that. Now, why it's always important for us to talk to organizations or your partners or Microsoft partners to talk to their customers about an agentic COE. I mean, really, at the end of the day, organizations are really worried about, hey, if I start allowing agents or the Power Platform to be used within my organization, am I going to have a risk of oversharing data, right? Because again, before the way you would used to do that, like oversharing was, hey, I shared a document that a part of users had access to that they didn't have access to, but if they weren't looking for it, a user wouldn't know that they potentially had access to certain information or certain files. With agentic solutions or even the Power Platform solutions, that's elevated to a higher risk, just because agents will actually go and look for all the data that you have access to, right? So organizations are really worried about, hey, how do I make sure that if I allow my organizations to start building agents, doing Power Platform solutions, they're not going to overshare the data, right? So an agentic COE solution will allow you to control that. Same for, let's say 41% of organizations are worried that, is my people building risky AI solutions? And an example is, hey, is an agent being, is it racist? Is it biased? So certain things like that organizations worry about, because again, they want to make sure that they respect their employees, right? So they're also worried about, like, how do they control what an agent is being displayed to a user and how they control that, right? Now, if we talk about 84% of organizations are really worried about, hey, how do I know? How do I govern this? How do I know that where I'm building has a return of investment for my organization, but as well as for my employees, right? So, I mean, you don't want to just deploy agents for the sake of deploying and allowing the employees of your organization to just use them and share them, and without any guardrails or governance around that, because that can really grow into agent sprawl that really doesn't resonate well with employees, because they wouldn't know what to do or who's being controlled or who's actually being created, right? So those are some of the things that like an agentic COE solution would help mitigate. So moving on here, so there's a couple of case studies that has been done by Gartner. Like two of those more important is that Gartner has identified that organizations that take a COE approach early in their AI journey really have a greater chance of success within the long period, because what happens, and I'll kind of show that in the next slide, there's an inflection point that organizations, if they're not being, let's say, governed or they're not having a good COE, they're going to fall off the map, because again, they didn't know if solutions have been actually building something that is productive to the organization or even productive to the employees, right? The other study here is that organizations that adopt a COE early in their stage tend to have a greater return of investment. And again, this is just because that inflection point comes early in their journey rather than later, right? So maybe later they invested a lot of time, right? So if we put that into something visual, this is what it would kind of look like. If you look at the left side, is organizations that don't necessarily implement, let's say, an early adoption of a COE, tend to have a steady line of how they see in progress through the AI initiatives. But there's an inflection point, as I mentioned, right? Too late, that organization notices that, hey, we don't have a value for our agents because we're not governing them. We don't know what they're doing, who's building what, how they're being controlled, and they don't know what's actually having a good impact to the organization. So basically, leadership will say, hey, well, we can't control this. We're going to ramp it down, right? So after that inflection point, on the left side is that you'll see that organizations tend to fall back into what they used to do, right? Now, if you look at the right side of the slide here, is really where an organization that had a COE from the beginning or decided to build a COE within where they are in the organization, they tend to have a greater, I'll say, acceleration and return of investment, because they identified through the COE what are some of the agents and what are the solutions or Power Platform solutions, and like for today's session, that really have value to the organization, right? So that inflection point really happens really early, and so they can say, hey, well, anything that I'm building here is not have a return on investment. Let's drop that and do something else, right? But the ones that are actually doing something, hey, we'll make sure that those get invested, because we're seeing a lot of benefit from the organization as well as from the employee, right? So moving on here. So, but obviously, we all know, right? Governance is not the same for every organization. It's not one size fits all for everybody. Organizations can decide to have like what we call a centralized governance, where if an organization has different business units, IT really want to handle the governance and the decision making at the top, and then just bubble it down and make sure like everybody has the same consistent, ways of working. Through DLPs or governance or things that they want to control at the organization level. But there's also like a federated governance approach, right, where IT, yes, they have a base of decision-making rules, but they allow freedom within their business units to say, well, maybe you can control certain aspects of the security and the governance and the agents that they're built, right? Or even Power Platform solutions that they build. So there's different. Now there's a hybrid approach where obviously, certain things can be done, yes, no. So there's like a different way of how organizations handle, right? So the agentic COE is not necessarily built for one type of, but it's kind of elastic enough to say, hey, well, how is the organization doing and how it can adjust to it, right? So let me talk a little bit about like, hey, what are some of the things that organizations really sit on their agentic solutions and agentic COE. And again, when we talk about agentic, could be like today's session, we're talking about Power Platform, we're talking about Power Automate tools, Power Platform, but agents in overall, right? So when we see an organization is in zone one, or when an organization identifies that they're in zone one, is they're really just allowing their citizen developers to kind of build agents or tools for themselves, right? And what that means is, hey, I can go into Agent Builder, build an agent for myself that kind of sits within my graph, my data, but really I'm not sharing that to my team members or, doing anything at the organization level. that really wouldn't say that it requires a lot of governance, a lot of maturity at the organization, because the tools are built for that. They can package and control what data is specifically to the user. So that is basically kind of a low approach to a COE, but nonetheless you still want to make sure that there's certain guardrails around Zone 1, because again, you may be building a Power Automate, like Tab was saying, hey, but I want to control what connectors my organization can use, or if I use an agent, what are some of those connectors that the agent can use to make sure that you're governing, you make sure that you're not oversharing the data, or even bringing data outside of in the organization that's no benefit for that, right? So, but when we go to Zone 2, is more around, hey, my organization, tends to build agents, solutions, Power Automates or Power Platform tools that I want to share with a team member, right? So Todd was showing a great example of like the coffee process of buying a machine. Yeah, that's not probably a Zone 1 or citizen developer. It's a tool that's being shared, let's say, across a set of users. There's approval in the background. So that would actually kind of sit more on like an organization building more agents and solutions around Zone 2. But now you have to think about, hey, now when I have to worry about, let's say, DLP policies, I want to make sure that I have a mature ALM process where, as the applications or agents get built, how do I deploy them into an environment that has a little bit more control over what they can do? Because again, in a dev environment, you may have some freedom to do certain things, but not necessarily if you go up the chain, right? So agent COE, the COE really governs that, so you have to have a little bit more of a say care about that. When you actually go into, let's say, Zone 3, that's more of a large organization where they're actually building agents or solutions outside of just the, let's say, Copilot Studio side or Power Platform, but they're maybe using some of the Azure and more advanced solutions, or let's say Pro Code side of the house, where maybe they were building agents in Foundry and Fabric, but they're still using the productivity tools through Copilot Studio, bringing it all together, because you can do that, and then basically allowing the users to consume all those agents, all those tools that you build within the Power Platform or any, let's say, Copilot Studio agents, right? So it's more of an organizational level. Let's say, for example, if your organization builds a case management agent for the organization, or an HR, or a travel agent, so sort of things like that is for the organization. And now at that point, hey, you want to make sure that you're really being very careful with the COE, because now you have to have tools like Purview, what information is being shared, how do I guardrail around an HR agent oversharing. Obviously, you don't want them to ask questions that they wouldn't be able to have access to, right? So governance and COE really helps kind of manage that, regardless of where the organization sits within the different zones, right? Let me jump into the next slide here. So again, just to kind of iterate a little bit, like, hey, what do we expect from what for you as organizations around where you sit within zones? Again, so for example, if your organization, so one, hey, you're building agents in SharePoint, you're using Agent Builder. Again, it's low impact, organizational impact, because it's really more of the user level. So it's low impact and low risk as well, right? Again, as we move into Zone 2, maybe your organization is using Copilot Studio. Now they have access to external data, right? Now they have access to SharePoint sites. Now they have access to connectors. Now you have to have DLP policies. You have to have some sort of ALM process. IT must shadow what's happening there, right? So it's because it's more on the starting to build more on the organization level. When we talk about Zone T, as I talked about earlier, hey, now you're building agents outside of, like, say, the Pro Code side. I'm saying low code. Now you're going into Pro Code, Foundry, Fabric. So you have to have more tools and more processes to guardrail, right? Maybe you talk about Purview. I talk about let's say how does the data being shared, like tools like Agent 365, right, that IT wants to use to make sure that they're being productive in how their users are being using agents, building agents, and managing those agents, right? So as the organizations go through different zones, they really have to be careful around how they implement that, right? So how do you know, like, and I'll talk a little bit about this, but how do you know when an organization is where they are, right? So if your organization is building more retrieval agents or tools, you're really kind of on zone one, because again, as I mentioned earlier, the users are really building, citizen developers are building agents for them. They're being controlled, not a big deal. When you go to zone two, it's more task-related, agents or Power Platform solutions where they're being shared to a team member. They have to approve. Somebody has to go and ask a question about certain systems, certainly that. So it's more advanced. And when you actually go, let's say, on zone three, organization is really on almost building autonomous stations where they're not really governed by a user. Basically, they understand what they need to do in the background. And now they share that information with the users, and the user maybe takes an action, but basically, it's more advanced, right? So let's say an HR bot will say, hey, you have to fill in your annual, enrollment for your benefits. So last year you did this, you want to keep that instead of the user trying to go out there and do that. The autonomous agent can do that for you based on like a decision or your past history, right? So, but that's where organizations are really at that point need to have a good a COE to make sure that it's not going out of control. Okay. So I'm gonna go to the next slide, and here is again, like, we're kind of really when you're actually like a citizen developer, someone using the graph, you're retrieving data only, Microsoft only 365 chat stuff, some it's not really outside. But as you move through the different zones, now you're using your data, your business data, right? So it's not just your data, it's your business data. You're building task and autonomous agents, and then you're deploying those agents across different channels when you're like on zone 2 and zone 3, right? So you got to be careful as an organization who and what you want to permit, and that's why an agentic COE or a COE solution really governs that. It helps you manage that at that level, right? So let's just talk a little bit about like, hey, what is what is the methodology that Microsoft offers around like security, right? So as you think about COE solutions, and again, it could be applied to agents or the Power Platform solutions that like Todd was showing today, really, there's kind of 3 pillars around security and governance, management control, and measurable and report, or measurements and reporting, right? So we talk about like security and governance. We're talking about data security, AI security, compliance, and privacy. When we talk about the management tools, we're talking about, hey, who has the licenses? What is some of the life cycle of an agent or a tool or a product or a Power Platform solution? And then who's managing and monitoring those controls? Like who is using what are they using for? Are they using it the correct way? And then we'll talk about measurement and reporting. It's more around like a C-level type. Hey, I want to make sure that my organization is adopting what we're asking them to do. Is it really being productive, right? Is it, and then basically at the end of the day, do I have a nice return of investment? Because again, I invested on this, but what is my investment in time, in money, and productivity too, right? So again, I won't go a lot of details in what are some of the tools, but again, they're tools. Again, the COE or HSQ is not a tool, it's a methodology, and that methodology has different tools that you can take advantage to make sure that you're guardrailing the agents or the Power Platform objects or solutions that they're built, right? So you can have things like, hey, I want to restrict IP to people that I don't want to build in, or I want to have encryption at the data level if we're talking about like Dataverse, anything around security and governance. Hey, can I use Purview to figure out what how is the agent being used? Can I restrict certain channels? So Microsoft has built in those tools to make sure that you can manage within the platform, and Power Platform has things you can do that at the solution level, but obviously IT has greater tools and that really can govern, that kind of fall into that COE. Okay. When we talk about like management and controls, we're talking about, hey, do we have an ALM process? Do we have how do I control if I want to block certain scripts from being executed from a user, right? Or how do I disable agents that are, sprawl agents or, shadow agents, right? So I think the management control is really important, and like that's why Microsoft has invested in, let's say, the Agent 365, because again they want to be able to say, hey, as an organization, how our organization build an agent, but how are those also management, right? So that's Agent 365 here is coming in a couple of days, if not tomorrow, I believe it's in GA. So again, Microsoft really invests on how organizations can take control as they go through their agentic, life cycle and solution, right? When we talk about measurement and reporting, again, I talk about that, hey, how do I make sure that I govern and know who's using the agents? Are they being adopted, right? What is the registry of those agents? So what are the agents that I have, here or there? Who's using them, and are they being productive? What type of agents do I have? Do I have SharePoint agents? Do I have M365 agents? Where are they built? So you can actually have a lot of reporting that Microsoft has already built within the platform. And then obviously, when you talk about like COE, it's kind of using all those tools that your IT already has, or as a city developer, you have access to. Let's just jump into a little bit about like what we recommend as organizations starting to go to like their agentic solution, or their, in this case, like Power Platform solutions that they're building, like Todd was talking about today, right? Well, one of the things that Todd talked about at the beginning is, hey, there's way to package your solution, right? You're building a Power Automate, a Power Apps. Normally you would build them, but you want to share them across your team members, your organization, right? So at the end of the day, there's some control that IT has to have to make sure that like not everybody's building solutions or Power Automates or Power Apps and then just sharing for the sake of sharing them, and not being productive or clashing with something that leadership wants to do, right? So there's different ways to control that, but one of the key things is to IT that really wants to make sure around governance is, hey, well, where are my solutions going to build? Who are the people who can actually build them, right? And how do I make sure that I have a good ALM process? Because again, I don't want them just going out there into a production environment, building a solution, deploying that solution, and now it sits in a production environment and nobody governs it, nobody took a look at what it was and how it was deployed and who owns it, right? So a key ALM process is really important, as well as to make sure that like solutions that our users are built are going a centralized way, right? Maybe you have a dev environment, test environment, a production environment. Through ALM process, you want to make sure that that gets properly mitigated and distributed across, instead of like somebody going out there deploying in production, right? So there's kind of ways to do that. Like by default, you can set what they call a default solution that if a user doesn't build a solution for, let's say, a Power Automate, it doesn't fall into limbo or it goes to the default solution. There's a solution that IT can shadow and say, okay, well, we have a solution here or Power Automate that was built, but nobody, it's not in the solution. So what is it built for, right? Can we talk to that user? Do we need to got some governance around and delete it, right? So things like that organizations want to make sure that they're not consuming resources, and just for the sake of like creating stuff, okay? Now, when we talk about like agent deployment, or even we had agent because we were talking about it yesterday, but like if you think about like just from the Power Platform side, hey, you can build Power Apps, you can build Power Automates, and you want to be able to deploy those to different environments, right? So Copilot Studio and even in the Power Platform and the make.powerplatform.com that like Tom was showing, there's options for you to deploy them through a pipeline. Now this is great that it's built into the actual tool, because you as an organization don't necessarily have to have let's say an Azure DevOps, but you can, right? If you want more control, then you can use some of the Azure DevOps functionality. But here within the platform, let's say within the Power Platform or even Copilot Studio, there's ways for you to kind of your users to follow a process that is governed, right? So maybe as you go through your test environment, you can define, hey, I'm going to have some sort of approval in there. Now, the nice thing about it is that Microsoft is also investing in AI, right? So, what you're seeing here in the example is, hey, I made some changes to a solution, AI would actually look at that and say, hey, here's a summary of what changed, right? So as a citizen developer, I wouldn't necessarily have to type in all that. So it's intelligent enough to say what has changed, and it kind of makes the life easier of like a citizen developer, right? So again, tools are built in, but if you want more control, like if you were like accustomed to, I'm going to jump into this next slide. If you're accustomed more around, hey, I use in my organization DevOps because we're, focus heavily on development, that's fine. You can still use those. Microsoft has also, kind of set the bar high on Azure DevOps, because now it's not just for your pipelines or your development, but also takes solutions within the Power Platform or agents that you build within the Power Platform, and then you can deploy them across, different environments. Now, a little bit more control you have within Azure DevOps. If you have like pipelines that you want to deploy in a certain time, right? If you want to, have control release, if you want to have different versions, or you want to roll back different versions, specific, see what changed in a file. That normally you wouldn't do that on a solution, but the options there. That's something that you wouldn't see on the Power Platform tools, or even like integrate gates as that has also more approvals, or like even test cases you can run in there as well, or have an end-to-end CI/CD pipeline within the Azure DevOps deployment methodology, right? Now, Microsoft also understands that, hey, you as a developer or your organization wants to make sure that before they deploy either, let's say, a solution in the Power Platform or an agentic solution, you want to be able to test it, right? Within Copilot Studio and within the Power Platform tools, there's ways for you to do some testing. I know in Power Platform you can do some like use case testing. But Microsoft has invested in this Studio Kit where it's basically a model driven at that, like what Todd was talking about, that you can deploy into your organization, and it helps your, let's say the organization and the citizen developers do end-to-end testing of their solution. Like they're building an agent, for example. Hey, is the agent going to respond the way I want it to respond? If I'm building, let's say, a Power Automate, if I pass in certain things, will it return what I was expecting? Well, is the flow correct? And can I break the flow, right? So you don't want end users actually basically doing unit testing. You want to do testing yourself as well as like logical testing. So that this Studio Kit will allow for that as well. Right, and then just a couple of rules around, when you as an organization, you want to make sure that, as I talk a little bit about the beginning, right? You want to make sure that your environments are set up correctly. Just don't want to make anybody go out there and just on the default, environment, just building everything there, right? You want to make sure that you're kind of organizing how you want to have your environments built. Who has access to, who am I going to redirect the users to? If let's say an organization has a business unit, maybe they have their own environment where they build, you can sort of those do sort of routings as well. But without that, just people will add on the default and they'll kind of build stuff in there, and then it's out of control, right? So the agentic and COE really helps you kind of map that out. And then with the tools and the capabilities of the product, you can actually do that, right? But the important part is to make sure that you're thinking about, hey, as an organization, how do I make sure that like I am giving my users the proper access, the proper tools that they need, and then in an easier way, but also have that governance at the end of the day, right? You don't want to just open it up for everybody without no control, because you're gonna fail really fast as an organization, right? Let me go to the next slide here. And then again, the settings that you can apply are not necessarily at a user level. And there's a slide here that's coming up, but there's, you can do governance at a user level, at the environment level, at the tenant level, and then at the organization level, right? So, IT has to really think about how, how that's going to be governed to make sure that they're being successful, right? So it's not just a one-time thing that you would do, you would kind of adjust, but, the idea here is to make sure that you as an organization start thinking about, if I'm going to offer this to my end users, how to make sure that it's being governed, secure, responsible, and all that, right? So what are some of the agent governance? And I'll talk a little bit about, like, hey, I was talking this in the previous slide. Hey, when you're talking about security within an organization, yes, you can have tenant access isolation. What that means is your tenant in Microsoft is not shared with anybody. Your data is there. But when we go into a level down, when we have environments, you may have different environments. You want to make sure that their access, data loss policies, you want to make sure that like people are moving data from one environment to the other without you noticing, right? So you can define DLP policy to say, hey, if you connect to this environment, but on say a Power Automate, you also have another connector, a Databricks connector, for example, that goes into another environment or another Databricks environment. Hey, I'm going to block you from doing that, because again, now you want to make sure that somebody from IT or somebody who owns that process goes and verifies that you're not moving sensitive data, right? So again, that's the flexibility that allows. Also, like, hey, I want to give access to my users. I don't want them to go create Power Automate because again, I haven't had an opportunity as an organization to see if that brings impact or good or bad. So I can disable that for certain users, right? So maybe I want to have a set of users that I want to pilot with that, and then based on that, I can roll it out. So it gives you permissions to enable who can do that through a license or through groups as well. And then like number 4 there is really, as we talk about a little bit in what Todd was also talking about. Hey, I want to, there's tons and thousands of connectors out there that get published by other companies. Yeah, you want to make sure that you're like limiting what the organization is sharing with their users, right? You don't want them like building, as Todd saying, hey, going out there to Spotify and then building an app for people to go and listen, put their music there, because again, what's the benefit of that and why are they using the license for that? Unless you're a media company or something like that. But again, it's an example, right? So you can control that. Also at the Dataverse level, you have a ton of data in there. You want to make sure that your users are only accessing the data that they have access to. So there's security rules or RBAC that you can use within the Dataverse to make sure that if you're building, let's say, data, model-driven apps or even Canvas app, you're controlling who can access what, so it doesn't get out of hand and like you're oversharing, right? So that is where the COE comes into place, because it's very important. It'll tell you how you need to do that. And there's kind of pillars that I'll go through the last slide here a little bit later, and I'll talk a little bit like, hey, why as you go through the pillars or the zones, one of the things that you want to be careful with. Okay, so I'll talk a little bit about like Agent 365 a couple of slides back. So how do you govern when you're building, and this specifically is for agents. Again, we talked about agents yesterday. It doesn't really necessarily apply for like the Power Platform, but again, if your organization is building agents, you want to make sure that you have a way to kind of govern those agents. Again, you want to understand who's building what, why they're being used for, who's they're being shared with, and what sort of information are they actually sharing or consuming, right? So Microsoft, and again, Agent 365 is something that's coming GA tomorrow, I believe. So Microsoft has listened to the organizations and customers, says, hey, well, my organization is building agents, but I had a way to manage them, right? I have to, how can I do a center of excellence around just my agentic solution, not just like agents that I build, right? Or the overall. So, you have observability within the Agent 365, you have control, who's accessing what, who has security around the data, what's being accessed. Is there any threat that this agent has? Am I seeing a lot of spike from this agent? That means that, hey, normally a user won't have this normal spike so something's doing this agent, something's fishing, and then you will use tools like Purview to identify what data is being accessed, and you can block that. So, and also again, this is all just a part of like how Microsoft is, really investing in security around the agent, because again, they want to make sure that organizations really understand that it's important, and there's ways for you to govern that. So you don't have any sprawl or agents that are like leaking all your information and certain things, right? And then like, as I talked about, you wanna enable who can build certain things, right? And again, this is an example of an agentic, but like, again, you can control what your users can build on the Power Platform tool. Say, I don't want users building Power Automate that moves data from one environment to another. Like, you can do that, or I can prevent who can build agents or who can prevent that. So that sort of like governance is really important. And again, you don't want to do that at a user level. Obviously, the tools have where you can build, groups and stuff like that that you can kind of bundle in and how you manage the security. Right? So again, when we talk about like agents and stuff like that, you want to see who's deploying what, who's building what. So, but the other part of it, hey, if I see a risky agent, how do I block that agent? Hey, how do I remove access to a user, to an agent? Because again, by default, there's a bunch of agents in tools, and then you saw connectors, as Todd was kind of showing those, that are out of the box. I mean, you didn't build this organization, you didn't build those, or are there for you to consume because they make organizations' life easier. But you also want to make sure that like, hey, I'm blocking this agent or this tool because I don't want my users to use it, right? So again, you can do that through the admin center as well. So IT has control over that. And so as a governance is really important to think about all those scenarios, right? Let me go to the next slide here. Okay, and I talked a little bit about like when we talk about like some of the control panels there or control planes, we're talking about, hey, how do as an organization and really like a C-level one understand how is my adoption around agentic solutions or even Power Platform solutions that your organization builds, right? Are, let's say, a Canvas app being used correctly? Is it bringing benefit, right? Or if I build an agent, is that being productive as my organization using it and consuming it correctly, right? So there's a lot of reports that Microsoft offers, and it should be part of a COE, right? Because again, you're not just governed, but you also governing and control and being responsible, but you also want to see what's your return of investment, right? So if, as a COE organization and agency, you want to be able to kind of look and have a fine print around how things are being used in my organization and what's being productive, right? I mean, we talked about that at the beginning where it's an inflection point. If we're not looking at how it's being adopted, it's enabled and have this governance is really not going to have any benefit if you're not identifying what's actually bringing value to the organization, right? And again, I talked a little bit about this. Hey, you can block certain, let's say, connectors that you have, let's say in Copilot Studio or even in the Power Platform, as we saw Todd today. Like you'll see a lot of connectors out there. There's a way for you as an organization to block those because again, you don't want people using them. You can do that as well. The tools are there, but like they get overseen sometimes because organizations, if they're small, medium, large, depending on the size, they tend to not worry about that. Or large organizations, enterprise organizations, obviously do care about that because they have a tons of employees. Maybe a small SMB organization won't necessarily worry about that, but it's important for it to think about it regardless, right? So it's not really the size of the organization, but how the organizations think about future-proofing, their usage of agentics and solutions built on Power Platform, right? All right, so I believe this is a couple of my last slide here, and it's basically on time. But where I want to talk a little bit about is you as an organization, right? So you, as you heard me speak, you may identify where you are on the zone and what zone your organization is. But maybe you're saying, hey, well, as an organization, I'm kind of maybe getting out of control. I maybe need to jump to like zone 2 or zone 3, right? So how do you do that? So what we did is we have some what we call our control planes or our capabilities in the different levels. So here is where like CompuSoft Digital can come into your organization and help you define how you move from zone 1 to zone 2 or zone 3, and what are some of the things that you as an organization need to be aware of to make sure that you're successfully going from one zone to the other, right? And then as you go through those zones, you're kind of building that governance and that COE across the different zones, right? So work with partners like Microsoft partners like CompuSoft that can really come into your organization, define how that looks, and help you build that agentic COE solutions across the organization to make sure that you're being successful. Again, the COE helps you be successful. So always think about it. Don't skip it. Organizations tend to like overlook it because they think it's very complex. It's not complex. It's the process. The process is pretty straightforward, but obviously it takes some adoption and takes some leadership buy-in. So again, work with different partners and make sure that you can define how you can work on this. And I believe this is my last slide. I'm going to stick around for a little bit. I do have to drop a little bit later, but if there's any questions around that, let me know. I'll stay for a little bit. But Greg, over to you.
Yeah, Sergio, thank you so much. And so true, right? That, to get the most out of your Power Platform Copilot, you need to have these principles in place. And it's not rocket science, it's just get the fundamental components aligned, and that will obviously help you move these initiatives forward. So thanks again, Sergio. Great content. Now, with that said, we're going to go ahead and turn over to Andrew Jeffers, who's our Chief Customer Officer. He's going to talk about how to bridge IT and business together to drive business outcomes. Andrew, over to you.
All right. Thank you, Greg. Can I just get a quick thumbs up from someone? Can you all see my screen that I'm sharing there?
Yep, we can see.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. So as Greg said, I'm our Chief Customer Officer. So all of the projects, the solutions, the services that CompuSoft delivers for our customers, delivered via my organization. It's a pleasure to wrap us up for today. So we're going to talk a little bit about delivery, a little bit about use cases, user stories, alignment with business, IT, among some other things. So let's finish strong and talk it through. Okay, so common challenge. You built a few apps and agents. You may have implemented them out in your organization, and now what? We work with a lot of customers that are in this spot. They've maybe piloted a few agents, few apps. They have maybe limited usage, and they're figuring out how to scale these technologies and scale these solutions within their organization. So we're going to be talking a little bit about practical delivery guidance, patterns that work across industries. So really, industry agnostic solutions that you could carry forward in your organization, and then common pitfalls and specifically ways to avoid. And we see trends with the organizations that we work with, and you can proactively sidestep those traps or mitigate those risks as an organization. So let's talk about why initiatives succeed or fail. So common failure points. So the first thing, no measurable goals. So the key here is what problem are you trying to solve? Ultimately you want to solve that problem, and you want to be able to measure if your solution was successful or not. And so that's one of the biggest hurdles that we see with our customers is understanding what the goal is for a particular solution, getting aligned on that solution, and then being able to track if you successfully resolved or mitigated whatever it is you're trying to address. That's the first point, and it seems really intuitive, but there are situations where people jump in with both feet and then implement something. Goals are really important, so we can't stress that enough. Unclear ownership is another area, and really that comes down to who owns defining the problem and the solution. And are those individuals empowered to solve the problems that they're trying to solve within the organization? That's another area that we see typically may have gaps and really needs to be planned out in advance of executing on these kinds of things from an enterprise level perspective. Data. So security and data surprises that come up during these implementations. Data is specifically particularly important for Copilot. And it goes back to end user confidence in the answers that they're getting, which goes back to the data that the agent has access to. And so being prescriptive and really thinking that through in advance is key to the success of these low code or no code solutions that we're all implementing. Low adoption. So low adoption can happen for a number of reasons. Visibility to the solution, but also is the problem you're solving relevant to the individual department or the organizational issues that are trying to be resolved. And so that's another area that really needs to be thought out in advance. And sprawl. So the agents that are out there, the apps that are out there, do people know that they're available? Do they have access to them? And so that's another area where, again, being very mindful from a change management perspective, making sure that your end users and your organization know what's out there, what's available, is really important. The culmination of all of this is that use case clarity is the solution. Defining the use case and then having a structured approach to delivery to then